Hayes, who was already on his way. So we called up a couple of people. There was no massive moves outside of that, really. The landscape didn't massively change, but it was still an enjoyable show. Tonight, hopefully, is when we get the big movements. Tonight is when we get the big shocks, the big surprises. Obviously, everyone that wasn't drafted on Friday, they are eligible tonight. And we're dealing with some big names, to be honest. It's a pretty big night tonight. So very much looking forward to the show. And I hope that everyone is well. Hope that everyone has had a good day. I am struggling to see the chat at the moment, but hopefully, there we go. Hello. I hope that everyone is well. I am just in the process of trying to get the right channel because at the moment I've still not got everything sorted. So let me find that, and then we will jump into the chat and have a chat with people. Where are we tonight? We are on USA Network, aren't we? There he is. There we go. 911 is on at the moment. Eddie's journey to rescue a boy from a well turns into a mission to save himself from the past. I don't even know what that means, but that is what is on right now on USA Network. Let me go full screen on that, and then I will give you my full attention. Where is it? There it is. There it is. Boom. Right. Morgan, shout out to you. Hello. What's the news on the latest QR code we've got about the questions, said Yannick. Hang on. What's new on the latest QR code we have about the questions? Not much, to be honest. I didn't get tagged in much more. There was a few of the little theories and things, but nothing massive. I think the community does a really good job of pretty much getting it there or thereabouts. I mean, I would say the big talking point, which I never got a chance to really talk about in the video, but I did include it as the thumbnail, was the very quick flash of what looks to be Alexa Bliss. So, you know, the hand kind of peering around the wardrobe. Well, very quickly you can sort of make out a bit of a blur, and it really does look like Alexa Bliss. So I would say that that was probably the most interesting thing that I saw from Friday. We didn't get a chance to mention it in the video because, to be honest, I didn't see it until someone tagged me in an image of it. I did include it in the thumbnail, and so I kind of feel like, you know, the only thing I could have said is, did you see this? So we did include it in the thumbnail, but really beyond that, there was, you know, just a few of the little thoughts, a few of the little theories. But I think, honestly, we boxed pretty much everything off. And I have found this, last week as well, I would say it takes a little while after the video is shown, the QR code is shown. But really, by the time we get to do the video, we've pretty much boxed off all the kind of big theories. So, yeah, I think we're in a pretty good place. I think we know that there's more than one person on the way. I think we know that... I think Alexa's going to be a part of it, to be honest. I am expecting Alexa. And we know, as we said, this 5 keeps repeating itself. So it definitely looks like the Wyatt 6 are coming. Obviously, the 6th person being Bray. Uncle Howdy obviously being one. There's big thoughts that Dexter Loomis is going to be a part of this. So, and he absolutely could be. So, yeah, to be honest, not really anything beyond that. But obviously, we're expecting something else tonight. There is another theory that we could be looking at, King and Queen of the Ring for when this, really gets going. I'm not expecting them to show up at Backlash, but King and Queen of the Ring definitely feels like a potential for where this could really get going. And I think that was because someone rearranged some letters in the URL and they got the date of King and Queen of the Ring. that was one of the other interesting theories that I saw. But other than that, I think we've pretty much boxed everything off. I think we're in a pretty good place. Yank said, I've got a theory. The terminal QR clue had Bo he saw. And what are seeing a little more each week about what happened. My theory is that Bo saw something he shouldn't. That's true. When you put in Bo into that latest one, that latest, where you type a word, you get a response. If you put Bo, then you did get he saw coming back, which is quite an interesting one, to be honest. So what did he see? It's a good thing to ponder. But what I would say is I think it's been really good. I don't think it's provided us much in the way of answers. I think we know it's Bo. We know it's Bo. We know it's Uncle Howdy. We know that it's going to be a group. So, we've definitely got that from it. What I would say is the original one, I think, White Rabbit, we were kind of watching that. And for quite a bit of it, we were like, is it Aleister Black? Is it Bianca Belair? And obviously after a few weeks, we knew that it was going to be Bray's return. And then it was just a case of figuring out when was it going to happen. And obviously then eventually it started pointing to Extreme Rules. I would say with this one, we haven't really got much beyond the fact it was Howdy. But honestly, I think from the very first time we heard Nightbird played, I think we knew that it was Uncle Howdy. We knew this was going to be Bo's return. So I don't think that was ever really in doubt. And now it's just a case of what else have we learned from this whole campaign, which has been quite a big campaign in all fairness. If you include all of the QR codes and everything, it's been quite a big campaign. And I would say that we don't know anything, well, we don't know much concrete-wise. We just know that a group is on the way. But what I would say is there are some big themes that we've got from it. And one of the big themes is the fact that this group of people feel like we forgot them, which I think is pretty important as well. We forgot them. You forgot us. Why did you forget? Where was your empathy? They seem quite upset with us, to be honest. They want to know why we forgot them so easily, and they want to know why we didn't have more sympathy towards them. So I think for me, this is a really fun campaign, one that has once again grabbed people's imagination. I think it's a campaign that's not given us much in the way of concrete answers, but it is a campaign that's given us a lot of themes. It's given us a lot of things to ponder, and I think it's been very satisfying. So I hope it continues for a little bit longer. I think I would like us to get a bit more concrete out of it. I'd like the odd little thing where we go, well, that's a big development, I'd like that if we could. But so far so good. I'm enjoying it. I hope you lot are enjoying it as well. Cynthia, shout out to you, my friends. Cynthia said, I miss seeing that handsome face of yours. Thank you. I hope you are enjoying your holiday. I can't wait to see all the awesome things that you have found. Thank you, Cynthia. And a big thank you to everyone that's joining us, because I did go onto Twitter earlier today to say that we had broken through 289,000, which, is big, especially when you consider the fact that I've not been around. So the fact that the community continues to grow, the channel continues to grow, more and more awesome people are finding us. And I've not been putting out unseen videos, I've not been putting out community videos, not been putting out reviews. Outside of a couple of live streams and a couple of Nightbird videos, it's been a bit quiet. And again, I have to apologize for that, because that was not the plan. That was not the intention. My plan was to make sure that I was still putting out this content. I really did have that as an expectation. But once got over here, it very quickly became apparent that was just not going to happen, because I've been out every single day trying to do toy hunts, trying to go to places. and I've had some real success over this past 7 days. I found a few toy shops where I think I can just get full videos out of those shops alone, right? So there's been some big places that I've been to, some really fun places, and I think the videos are going to be excellent. So easily 6 videos, toy hunt videos on the way, good ones as well, not just, oh, let's try and scrape this together, but like 6 that I can't wait for you to see. And I will drop the first of those later this week, so I'll probably edit one on the plane as I'm coming back over. My flight is Wednesday, lands back in England on Wednesday, and so Thursday will be the first day that I'm properly back. So my expectation is that Thursday will be the first unseen video. My expectation is, I don't know that I'll get a toy hunt that day. That's probably a lot to ask, but if I edit it on the plane as I'm coming back over, then outside of doing the voiceover, which I can't really do on the plane, but outside of doing the voiceover, it might be there or thereabouts. So I am expecting a toy hunt up at the end of the week. I am expecting Unseens to be back by Thursday, so that means the Friday, the go home, you know, we should be on it. It should be a case that we're doing the SmackDown live stream, we're doing the community video, we're doing Unseens, we've got a toy hunt drop in. Like, we should be back, baby, you know? We should be back properly by the end of this week. So just got to bear with me for the next couple of days as things kind of wrapping up here. It's been amazing. America's amazing. I already knew that. I've been to Florida many times. It's just been great, really, to kind of see the sun, because normally I'm just like, you know, asleep when the sun's out and I'm awake all night. So to actually get some sun has probably done my body pretty well, and to go to some places and you know, kind of see Florida again after, was it 6 years, I think, the last time I was here. So it's been good. It's been really good. Really enjoyed it. And it will be a shame to leave, but I've got to admit, I am looking forward to like getting back to like, you know, getting back on top of things. I do feel like things have got really loose, and I'm just so used to like doing videos and chatting with you guys all the time that to have been away this long feels weird. I don't really like it, to be honest. That bit of it I don't like. I kind of wish there was a way that I could have still have done everything whilst being over here, but unfortunately, America is so big, Florida, so big, and I know there's bigger states, but Florida is so big that if you want to get around, you really do need to have like a sat-nav. And we didn't have one in the car, so I've had to use my phone as like a sat-nav to try and get around. And so it's meant trying to keep on top of wrestling has been close to impossible, but I've done that as best I can. I know that Drew has re-signed, which is obviously amazing, and saw the video of him and The Rock. The Rock wasn't in the video, but The Rock shared the video of him being presented with that sword as kind of a way of saying, you know, congrats on re-signing. So Drew re-signing felt like a pretty big deal. Big news or word getting around that Camille might be on her way to AEW. So doesn't look like she's WWE bound, and that's a shame. She's a great talent, so hopefully she's got the deal that is right for her. But yeah, I must admit, a little disappointed at that. I'd love to have seen her join NXT, come to WWE, but, you know, it was what it was. So, you know, I have seen a few things like that. But, of course, the big talking point tonight is the fact that we do have the draft. And actually, it's only, 29 minutes until we get to the show. I am a little extra delayed tonight. But should be good. Looking forward to it. So, Cynthia, you have been missed as well, my friends. JM Beer said 13 months with the GOAT. JM Beer, shout out to you, buds. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to being back, and we'll definitely do a member stream on Thursday. And actually, do you know, we haven't done an induction, have we, for April for the Hall of Fame. So I need to do that as well. I'm going to jot that down now, because I might even try and get something up over the next couple of days for the members to start voting. because I love the Hall of Fame. I love the fact there's a way the community can recognize the community. And I definitely want to make sure that we're keeping on top of that. So we do need to get April's induction done. So I'm going to make a note of that. April Hall of Fame. So we'll look to get something out for the members to get the ball rolling on that. And then I'll get a poll up on the channel and we'll try and get someone new inducted into the Community Hall of Fame. So J&B, a shout out to you. Defcon Prime, hello, said I don't have X, but I have tried to reach out about the East Coast Florida toy run. Exits on 202 147 on I-95. There's 8 Walmarts, 5 Targets, and 4 GameStops, and 2 FYEs. Defcon Prime, thank you, my friend. I will jot that down. So what's this? East Coast Florida run. East Coast Florida run. On what? I-95. 8 Walmarts, 5 Targets, 4 GameStops, 2 FYEs. That's seems like quite a run. I've got to tell you though, Targets have been a massive letdown. Honestly, that's probably been my biggest disappointment. My biggest disappointment has been Targets. I've been going in and the shelves have been pretty much empty. You'll get the odd elite figure in them, but they're just not worth going to. They're just not worth stopping at. By the time you've pulled in, found a space, jumped out, found the toy department, got to the toy department, to then only be greeted by like a couple of hanging figures, majority of the space is just completely empty, and a couple of little bits at the bottom, you're like, you do that a few times and you're like, yeah, now I'm done. I'm done. Walmart has been a lot better. FYE has been terrible as well. FYE, which I must admit I was kind of mentally prepared for. I just don't think they are as into WWE as they used to be. I don't know. I mean, I found a couple of figures. I've been to about 3. And I don't know if it's just the ones I've been to or if it's a case kind of FYE as a whole. But they just don't seem to be that bothered about WWE anymore. Like, they don't really have figures. If you look at the DVD department, it's pretty rubbish in regards to WWE. I remember going in before, they had like Undertaker's casket, you know? I don't know if you ever saw that one, but it was like Undertaker's, I think it was the Streak. And it was all the DVDs in like a casket in a coffin. It was awesome. Nothing like that. I remember getting a Macho Man one last time, 6 years ago. They had like a t-shirt and a bandana and a DVD, and it was in this big box. Nothing. Again, if you look, it's like the best of Raw from 2017 and stuff like this. It's all old and just... yeah, not much to be honest. So FYE's been a letdown, but I was kind of prepared for it because we know that those kind of DVD stores are on their way out. Target was a bigger letdown because there's not really a reason for that to be as bad as what it's been. So I'd say I've been more disappointed with Target, but Walmart has been goods. That's, held. And definitely provided some footage. Hogan's Beat Shop was goods. And then, these more specialist toy places, they've been excellent. There's been some excellent places like that. So all in all, as I said, 6 videos, easy. But I don't know, I might have to have a look at that East Coast Florida. But I am running out of time. As I said before, I know it. I'll be back in the UK, but I'm quite excited about that. I'm excited to be back with you guys. So, Defcon Prime, thank you. I will. I've got it written down. Mr. Bashful Martin Graham, shout out to you, my friend. Welcome. I hope you are well. It's kind of crazy how I'm so used to like doing videos every day, and I'm so used to like doing like, I don't know, just all this content. It's so crazy that like to have to not do that for a period, yet still see people joining us and see the community continuing to grow. I can't really put it into words, to be honest. It's really weird. I'm so used to, like, I feel like trying to push water up a hill, you know, like doing so many videos, like doing so much content, like being so present that kind of be forced to step away feels strange. But then to see the community and the channel continuing to just be okay, I don't know. I'm someone that, like, is so used to working all the time on the channel. So weird to just take that step away, I suppose. Yeah, it's strange. It feels really strange. But it's going to be so good to be back. And I'm just really grateful that people have stuck with the channel, you know. I suppose part of me is just, I don't know, concerned that people will just go off and that's it, you know. People will just leave the channel and that's it. Like, the channel will just die. That I'm very grateful that I've been able to just have these couple of weeks where, you know, I've been working. I've been getting out there doing toy hunts, and you'll see what I've been doing, and it's just great to see so many people still around. So a big thank you for all the support, man. I know I keep saying it, but I don't know how to say it, like, and for it to, like, properly get across. So it's really appreciated. Beard Coach, shout out to you, my friend. Hello, says hi days. Hi, Beard Coach, hope you've had a good weekend. Mitchell said, have you visited any flea markets? Do you know I haven't? So I had a bit of a mental priority list as to where I wanted to go, and based on the last time I was here 6 years ago, and the top of that list for me was Walmart, because that was probably my most successful place that I went to 6 years ago. Flea markets I did do, but I got no joy at them. I found a few pop vinyls, but I wasn't really finding figures. So I must admit, mentally, they've kind of been pushed down. What I might do is try and get to a couple, like tomorrow. I know there's a few that kind of run every day. But I must admit, I was driving around on Saturday, and I went past, I can't remember what it was called, like the Florida Fair or something. It was like pretty close to central Orlando. And I went past it, and it looked really good. It looked really good as I was going past it. I was like, damn, I wish I'd have gone there. I mean, by this point, it was already like 11:30, coming up to 12 midday. And I was kind of thinking, like, you know, it's not really worth jumping in. Plus, I was already on my way somewhere else. So I was like, damn, I wish I'd kind of have gone there. So that's one that I think I really kind of dropped the ball on. But to be honest, I've done so much, and I've been so many places, and I've been to Tampa, and I've been to Clearwater, and I've really I think I've been to every Walmart in Orlando. I mean, I never spend long in them. It's literally park the car, jump out, film in the toy section, back in the car, off I go again. I've hit a few targets. I've hit a few FYEs. I've done those specific toy places. I mean, really, I'm pleased with what I've managed to fit into 2 weeks. I mean, I feel like I need a holiday. It sounds crazy because, like, obviously you haven't seen much of me, but all I can say is I have not been out in the sun, sunbathing or anything like this. It's literally been 2 weeks of toy hunting, really. 2 solid weeks, which is why I've got... If I really pushed it, I might be able to get 10 toy hunt videos out of what I've done. I've got 6 easy that are amazing, and I love them, right? So that's why I can say 6, boom. But I know I'll have footage over. Even after I put those 6 up, I'll have footage left over. So if I really stretched it, and like... But I wouldn't want to do that because, honestly, 6 would be amazing. The next 2, I think, would be good. And then, you know, the 2 after that might be a bit weak. But I would have footage for 10 toy hunts. Which, if you think I've been here for, like, 2 weeks, that's, you know, we're knocking on nearly a toy hunt a day there. Which... that's pretty full on, isn't it, if you think about it? Certainly when one day was lost to just go into NXT. And they tell you not to film at NXT, so obviously I've got a lot of pictures, but haven't got really much in the way of footage. But yeah, no, it's been full on. It's been full on. But yeah, I'd say that flea markets is not somewhere that I've done. I haven't been to any. But there's a lot actually around. I mean, there's several around in Kissimmee and Orlando and Tampa. So no, like you've kind of got to know which is the one to go to. And I just don't know. I don't know which is the ones to go to. I know I could go to some, but I might not get much in the way of success. And I don't know, the time that it spends going to those, you could hit several Walmarts instead. So that's, I might try and get to one or two tomorrow. Tomorrow's my last full day. So I don't know. I have to try and weigh up now what is the right thing to do for that last full day, if you will. Jeff Delaney said Target keeps new stuff in the back till the old sells out. It's awful. It's not been good, mate, honestly. I mean, no offense to anyone that works at Target or has friends or anyone that works at Target. I mean, this is no knock of Target in particular. It's just from what I've witnessed, it's really lacking at the moment. I mean, what I would say is the shop's great. You kind of go in and the rest of the shop looks great. You go through the clothing department, you see the Rock's Papatui stuff. You go into the toy department. It's not like empty shelves. It just tends to be the wrestling part, which is awful. It's just awful. And I can't even say it's an isolated incident. I can't even say that it's just one store that I've been in. They've all been that way. I've gone into like so many Targets. I must have been in like 8, 9, 10 Targets. And I just keep getting greeted by the same thing. And that is a really poorly stocked wrestling department. Like, it feels like it's actually a bigger problem. It feels like there's an issue. Like, they need to get some sorted with their distribution. Like, if they have got a load of figures in the back, then get them out. Because it definitely feels like there's a problem there. There's some sort of supply chain issue, which doesn't seem to be the case with Walmart. They seem to be in a much better position. But I must admit, even they aren't always amazing. I've been into Walmarts where their sections have been pretty threadbare. But at least they feel in a slightly better place. I mean, what I would say is nothing feels like Smith's. I think that's probably why the Toy Hunt videos have always done well. And I do have a newfound respect for Smith's because I haven't been anywhere that you walk in and like all the last 2 or 3 full series are like boom there and a load of the older series and, that kind of big from top to bottom, here's the wrestling section. I'm not finding that in Walmart. I'm not finding that in Target. Found some amazing local toy shops, but they specialize more in the older stuff more than the current line, Actually, from being like in so many Walmarts and so many Targets, I actually don't know what the current series of figures is. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm meant to be looking for, what the latest Elite series is. Because I can't say I've found it. If I was to guess, I'd guess at about 107, something like that. But it could be 110, it could be 111. I have no idea. I actually don't know what the latest figures are that are out in stores. What I do know is I think 107 is about the most recent that I've found. But yeah, it's definitely no Smith's kind of situation. Wrestling Russ said, do you ever get recognized? To be honest, no, but then no one is really around. So when I go in, I just go straight to the departments. And if there is anyone in the aisle, I always wait for them to go. Because to be honest, this is the thing that I love about America, is that your Walmarts and your Targets, they are so big. The toy section is a pretty big toy section. So normally when I get there, like the shops are busy and the car parks are busy. But when you actually get to the toy section, the people in the shops aren't necessarily in that part of the shop. So if there's someone in there having a browse, I normally just wait for them to go. Not really for any reason other than I don't want it to be awkward for them, you know? I don't want to be like filming with them around. So I just wait for that person to go. So whenever I've been in a Walmart or a Target, 99% of the time I go in, the toy aisle is empty of people. And if there is like a kid or someone just in there, I'll just wait for them to go. I'll have a little look first, wait for them to go. Then I'll start filming once they've gone. So there's not really anyone to recognize me, but I wouldn't expect anyone to recognize me. Why would they? To be honest, the toy hunt videos that I do, I don't tend to be in them, do I? So people that watch the channel, if they watch the live streams, they might recognize me. But people from toy hunts, I don't think they would. Maybe if they heard my voice, you know. But other than that, no. But then I didn't expect to be, and I don't really try to interact with people in that way either, you know. So I try to give them some privacy and not film whilst they're around. But yeah, it's been awesome. It's been so good. And obviously on the night time we've been going and grabbing something to eat. So today I was at Olive Garden. Yeah, representing Olive Garden, the Olive Garden massive. So went to Olive Garden and it was pretty good, man. I went to Olive Garden before and it was okay. I mean, it was a nice meal, but I think there's probably you can get like more spectacular meals in other places. So Olive Garden was fine, but not like wow, not like OMG. But yeah, I went there and it was really nice. I mean, you can have like endless salad. They've got these endless breadsticks. They've got a nice dip-in sauce. I just had like I can't even remember what I had. It was like a seafood thing, seafood Alfredo, I think it was called. It was nice. The problem is, though, that when you've had the endless salad, the endless breadsticks, by the time they bring the seafood Alfredo, you're like, oh, God, this is turning into a mission. I do find that as well with the food in America. Like, I'm English, so my appetite is, I would say, average, like normal, right? But here, mate, I mean, they're bringing pizzas and they're bringing meals and they're bringing all this, those like, boof, and you're like, oh man. I feel like every day is man versus food. I feel like every day at the end, I'm like, oh God, it's going to be a nightmare just trying to get out of this seat. The portions are big, man. Here, the portions are big. But, so yeah, it definitely, I feel like I can eat them. Like, if I have a burger and fries, I mean, I can eat it, but it's not a problem. But it's like, oof, better not be having that endless salad before it or anything like that. That's when things get a bit, oh my God. So, yeah, it's been good, man. It's been good. Ian 2020 said, breaking news, Days is going to be Raw's #1 draft pick. Dude, I've been to Olive Garden. I can't move. If I am going to be the #1 draft pick, they're just going to have to use this stream because I ain't getting up. Right, they're just gonna have to throw over live to this, and I'll just wave like that. So, because at the moment I'm like, I just feel very heavy. God only knows how much weight I've put on. Oh, I don't think about it. I don't want to know. They're gonna have to use, you know, when the trucks go on that thing to weigh the truck. They're gonna have to do that for me after 2 weeks. They're just gonna have to roll me onto it. I'm just gonna be like, oh God. I don't even know if like it's gonna pick me up. I don't know if it's going to know my exact weight anymore. I can't use human scales anymore. Forget that. Oh, hello. We'll see. Oh, yeah, I love this. I love the fact they show you a bit of the show before you go to it. There we go. We've got the pool tonight. Who's eligible? It's everyone, man. It's everyone. And we've also got Sami Zayn taking on Big Bronson Reed. Logan Paul. He is going to be on the show tonight. Look at that woman, man. And there was a sign in the crowd that said, Draft Javon. Draft Javon. Let's go. So, yeah, cut a long story short, I'm fat. Right, Defcon Prime said, Justin Shelton with Wrestling Warehouse. Oh, is this another hot tip? Wrestling Warehouse. Jotted it down, my friends. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Justin Shelton with Wrestling Warehouse 32909. Written it down, man. I missed a 2. 32909. Okay, I see ya. I see you, Defcon Pride. I see ya. I'm just looking at it now. Wrestling Warehouse. Oh no. Okay. Mitchell said, Defcon, thank you. Mitchell said, just a fun question. Outside of the toy hunt stuff, what's been the best tourist thing that you've done? Well, what's been the best tourist thing? Well, every time we come, we end up going to City Walk and we end up going to Disney Springs. Don't go into the parks because I haven't got time to be doing that. Plus, to be honest with you, that's not really something I'm looking to do. I'm not looking to go into the parks. But we do go into Disney Springs, do go into City Walk. They're like the free areas where of an evening, when the day is done, you know, you can get some food, you can get a drink. Great thing about City Walk is you can like see the Universal Ball. You've got like, you know, the Hard Rock Cafe. You can see the 2 entrances. So it's still worth going to. We went to the Marley place, and that was really good because love reggae music, love Bob Marley. I've never been to that Bob Marley place at City Walk. So to actually go there and have a drink and listen to some of the music on the night, that was pretty fun. So I enjoyed that. Today, we were on or around International Drive, so ended up doing like the helicopter thing. So we was hitting some of the Walmarts around iDrive, and we didn't do Florida Mall, but we were kind of around Florida Mall. So we did around Florida Mall, we did some of the Walmarts, and saw the helicopter thing. So popped in, and we were like, do we need to book, or what's the situation? And they were like, no, just give us 10 minutes and we can do any of these packages. And I got to tell you, I did that about 20 years ago with some mates when I went to Florida, which is why I knew about it. And I knew that it was a really good deal back then. And went in, and the prices I don't think have changed. Like, you can spend, I think it's $65. It's about 10 minutes in the helicopter. So you go up, and then it'll take you around International Drive. It'll take you around Universal Studios. So you get to see City Walk, Universal Studios, Islands of Adventure. You get to see that from the air. And then it'll take you over Sea Life as well. Because the one kind of end, it's not really the end, but towards the side of this road is Universal Studios. And then at the end of this road, International Drive, is Sea Life. And so it takes you around both of those. And you get to see International Drive. And of course, you get to see other little bits around that area. It's about 10 minutes in total, which doesn't sound long. But when you're up, it doesn't feel short. And that was $65 per person, which I think is excellent value. I mean, in pounds, that's probably about, I don't know, £55, £58, which if you think that's, you know, you going up in a helicopter for like 10 minutes and seeing Universal, Sea Life, Islands of Adventure, all from the sky, like 50 odd pound. I mean, that doesn't strike me as a bad deal. And I'm pretty sure about 20 odd years ago, the prices weren't too dissimilar. I can't say that they were exactly the same, but they weren't too dissimilar. So there was that. We were toying between that, or do you go for the $90 one where you do all that, but you do a little bit of Disney as well. You get to see Disney Springs and you get to see Disney Hollywood Studios and all of that stuff. But to be honest, we weren't too bothered about that bit. It's weird. They say to you, you won't see the castle. I don't know why. I don't know how, because when you're in a helicopter, you can see for miles. But they were like, just so you know, you won't see the castle. I don't know why he told us that. Like, I'm not the kind of person that's going to go in the air to see Disney and be bothered about seeing the castle. But I'd imagine if you as a kid, that would be something that you would probably want to see. For me, I wasn't, I don't know, there's nothing really with Disney that I was that bothered about seeing. So we just went for the cheaper package. We just did the Universal, the Sea Life, and it was amazing. We did that earlier today. And it was amazing. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. And as I said, I've done it before, but you've got to go back about, honestly, it might be 20 years now. Probably 18 years at a guess. But no, it's good. But being in a helicopter, one thing I can tell you is that when it's blowy, not even that blowy, even when it's quite you're still kind of dipping down a little bit, and it still sort of like rocks a bit to the side. And when it turns, I mean, you are banking, you know, and you're really like, you know, going, and it's very strange. I said to the guy when it landed, I said to him, because he said, "Oh, this is my first flight of the day, actually." And I was like, okay. And he went, "I don't know if it's going to be choppy or if it's going to be calm as a result. I don't know. I don't know what the weather's like today." So I was like, "Oh, bro, it's going to be choppy in it." So we went up. And, you know, it's one of those where you're going along and it might just like drop just a little bit, like, you know, a bit like turbulence. It might just drop a little bit and then it might just sway from side to side. And then, of course, when he's banking, you're doing this. And I must admit, like, he was fine. He was going, "Are you guys okay?" And we were like, yeah, fine. And eventually, as we were getting closer to landing, I said to him, I was like, "So how was that? Like, would you say that was choppy? How would you compare that?" And he was like, no, that was perfect. He said there was nothing. So for me, I'm there going, "Oh, I bet this is a choppy day," because, like, you know, proper feeling it as it's getting like moved around. And then we landed, him to turn around and go, no, that was perfect. I was like, jeez, I'd hate to be in a helicopter, man, when there was like bad weather. Oh, mate. When I was in it, like, I was like, "Oh, I bet this is like not a bad day." It wasn't bad, but I, you know, it definitely felt like there was a bit of choppiness to it. But no, he just turned around. He was like, no, that was perfect. That's about as good as it gets. And I was like, "Jeez, helicopters, man! You gotta be brave to be in one of them." So yeah, that was eye-opening. As I said, I'd done it before, but it was about 18 years ago. And honestly, I don't remember it being like that. I remember it being quite tranquil and you're just going along and everything's great. And, like, you know, off we go over here now and you're just going along. This was a bit more like this. Just a little bit more like that. I would never say don't do it to anyone. I mean, if you're thinking of doing it, do it. Because I think you'll really enjoy it. And if it's like a bucket list thing, I think you'll really enjoy it. And the views was amazing. I mean, to see Universal and like Sea Life from the air was amazing. So it's definitely one of those that I would say do it. I'd definitely do it again. But it was not quite as smooth as I remember. It was not quite as, like, you know, plain sailing as I remember. But no, still well worth doing. Right, we are going over to WWE Raw. Wish I had a coffee. I haven't got a coffee. We didn't get back. That's why I was a little bit delayed. I didn't get back at the time we were hoping to. So that's why we were a little bit delayed today. So apologies for that. But it also means I don't have a coffee. But that's okay. WWE then, now, forever together. A. Jobson said, "I rode a helicopter over North Rim." Oh, hello. We're in Kansas City and we've got a lovely Rolls Royce arriving. Who's this? Is this going to be the game? Who's stepping out of this Rolls Royce? Oh, it's Logan. Wow. Very fancy car. It's got a Louis Vuitton top on, and is that iShow speed, is it, with him? Who's this? Who's this guy? Here's Damien. Is that Patrick Mahomes? Oh, Patrick Mahomes. That US title, it looks good on you. So we got Damien, we've got Logan. My guess. The ugly Uso brother. So we've got Speed, we've got Logan, we've got Patrick Mahomes, we've got Judgment Day. Okay, Michael Cole. What time does Raw start? I can't watch it for free, said 1K Goodman. It's begun, my friend. It's just started. And we've already got some big names that are around for tonight. Ken, shout out to you, said, let's go, Mahomes. I mean, I will be the first to admit I know nothing about American football, but I have seen a couple of Super Bowls, and I am aware about Patrick Mahomes. I couldn't recognize him, but even me, someone that doesn't watch, I am aware of how big of a star he is. They're just showing the night one draft results. Baron Corbin got called up after, didn't he? On Friday. Okay, so superstars from Raw, SmackDown, and NXT are eligible. The champions are protected, so there'll be no moving of champions. Look at that Becky picture. There's a picture of Becky, and quite clearly she's not had her picture with the belt done yet, or if she has, they didn't use it because it looks so photoshopped. There we go. Look at this. We're seeing at NXT people at the Performance Center again. Wait and see who will get called up. Hopefully we get some big bombshells. We got Braun, we got Naomi, we got CM Punk. That's going to be a big one. Drew, Gunther, Jade, Tiffany, Rey Mysterio, Kabuki Warriors, Bronson Reed, LWO, Candice LeRae, New Day, Street Profits. Right, the new Women's World Champion is coming out first. Big time. Right, here we go. This seemed to upset quite a few people last week. I think a good number of people were hoping that it would be Liv that was going to be victorious. All right, Becky Lynch. Let's go. So, Becky Lynch, the new Women's World Champion. She's coming out with that belt, obviously winning the Battle Royal last week. We watched that. She's not wearing anything outlandish. She's just wearing a red jacket. A Becky shirt, some black pants. So she's holding up that Women's Championship. This will be interesting. I'm expecting Liv to get involved here. Welcome to the Red Kingdom, says Alkaline Prime. Is there anything Liv is good for? Is for her to be on her knees, says... Oh, it's gone. Only the Liv simps were mad, said James. I think, I think there was a bit of an anti-Becky movement as well. I think that there was Liv simps, definitely. But I think, from what I could sense, there was people that were also just bored of Becky, like, being that sort of super Cena. I didn't mind it. I think if you look at the champions at the moment, we got Damian Priest, we've got Awesome Truth, we got Sami Zayn. Sami's fine, but you know, we need a big name, really. Okay, so we got a Becky promo. Oh, is this where the bloody nose promo took place? Well, it wasn't a promo, but when she stood there with her hands out just before Survivor Series after Nia had punched her. Apparently this was that venue. Wow. Okay, loud Becky chant breaks out. There's a prime trolley at ringside. The times they are a-changing. There's a sign in the crowd that says, I miss mommy. Days, hope you're doing well, having a good stream. Did you see The Rock reach out to Drew, said Key, and I did, yeah, very good. I'm pleased that he's re-signed. You deserve it is the chant. Thank you. Becky says thank you. So now my instinct is to hold this tight. I'm never going to let it go, says Becky. I hope she has a good run with it. We've got to find a new #1 contender, says Becky. I want to fight the best. Here's Liv. Here's Liv. I mean, look, Liv's in a big position now. She definitely feels like she is in the running, like, to be #1 contender, you know? She's the first name that you think of. Liv comes out. Oh, look at that dude. There's a tall dude that put his hand out like that. Liv didn't touch his hand, and he just sort of like dropped his head. I think actually he was looking at his phone because I think he was recording, right? But he put his hand out like that, and when she didn't touch his hand, he went, and he just looked so sad. But I think he was looking at his phone actually. Loud mommy chants for Liv. Loud mommy chants. You owe me one, says Liv. Crowd are booing. The only reason you have that is because I did what you couldn't do. And that was take out Rhea Ripley. Booze, man. Booze. Do you know, it's so funny because, like, Rhea took Liv out, so Liv got her revenge. But the crowd just love Rhea. I think we both know. We both know the end game was always going to be me. Crowd aren't with it, man. I won't stop till I get everything that I want. Okay, Becky says you're right. You would be holding this if it wasn't for what I did to you. Okay, is this Nia? Nia. I don't know Nia's new music. So Nia's music hits. She's coming out. Yeah, man, crowd weren't really with Liv on that one. I don't know. Rude. Rude. Oh, mate, you thought Liv was getting booze. This is next level. Look, Liv's loving this. She's like, oh, actually, they don't hate me that much. They don't hate me like this. Rude. You're lucky I showed up. Liv says she can't hear Nia over the booze. These are loud boos, man. These are loud boos. Nia says that she should be champ. Look, that dude's not even trying to touch Nia. That is one hell of a beard. So, Nia said, lucky for you guys, I got drafted to the superior show, SmackDown. Nia making her way down to the ring. Nia said she'll soon be champ. Loud reaction, innit? Loud. They don't like Nia. I'm not booing. Liv is an amazing, exceptional women's wrestler if she's allowed to display her talent, said Michael. Nia's got heat from the bloody nose still, said Rick. Never forget. Never forget. Okay, Liv charges over. She drop kicks Nia. Nia goes out the ring. Liv said, if you was going to make a challenge, then I accept. So it looks like Liv versus Nia is the plan for tonight. Liv looks very comfortable at the moment. Okay, here is Jay Uso. I don't know what's happening in the background, but there was like a policeman with a dog. Checking vehicles, was he? Oh, is that a drugs dog? Need to keep it away from Liv's vehicle. Right, there's Stephanie McMahon. Wow, Steph? Who's that woman? Saturday. Yeah, man. Backlash. So we've got Cody. We've got AJ. Should be a fun match. Obviously not expecting AJ to get the win, but should be a fun match. Women's triple threat as well, isn't there? From Lyon, France. At a strange time for our US friends. Right, commercial break. LS Dub said, everything Liv says feels forced, like she's pretending. I really wish that she was better at this stuff, but she just isn't that good at garnering heat that sticks. Fairs, shout out to you, said, we get Speed, Logan and Patrick Mahomes on one show. BB Yipsy said, days this weekend I was at the NFL draft. It was only 30 miles from me. Totally demolished attendance record for 3 days. Over 775,000 in attendance. A massive turnout. Go Lions. Fez said this show is cooking. Snoop Coop said that segment was flat. Days is going to Raw. That's explaining the red tonight. I know, yeah. I didn't even think about it, actually. This is my, oh my God, I've got a couple of days left and I am running out of t-shirts shirt. That's what this is. I actually bought this from Walmart. So this is like an America original. So I'm full black. I'm basically American now. I'm wearing American clothes. I'm eating American foods. I'm having American I'm using American electricity, breathing American. I'm basically a citizen. So, yeah, but this is very much not my usual look. But I'm pleased it's red. I didn't even plan that. Didn't even think about that. Or did I? Woopack AP, shout out to you. Michael said, how is everyone feeling about the draft tonight? I'm feeling good. I'm hoping for some big seismic shakeups. I'm really looking for something significant to happen, you know? I don't think we really got that. I think the biggest thing I took away from Friday was Kiana James, who, I've got to tell you, Kiana James hasn't done loads on NXT in the sense of she's not been women's champion. She's not been in like big women's championship matches. Her feuds have been okay. But like, she's not Lyra. She's not Tiffany. You do feel like she is just that next step down. I suppose in a way, a bit of surprise that we called her up now rather than waiting for, I don't know, later in the year, maybe even early next year. You know, she could have had a run with that championship. But what I would say is she is very good. I've got a newfound respect for her after seeing the NXT house show that I went to, because she was so animated at this house show. I think seeing her in there with some talent that's not quite as advanced, you do get this newfound appreciation that she was really animated. She was really up for it. She was really involved. Like, if something was not going her way, she was like protesting to the ref. Really like big movements, very loud. Everything was just turned up to 11, you know? And I was looking at her like, and I was like, yeah, you can see that that's going to work on the main roster. You have to be so big with everything you do, because obviously you need the people at the back in the arenas and certainly stadiums to be able to see what you're doing. You've got to be so big with your movements. And she was doing that in this little house show. And I was like, you can see that she is going to be good when she gets to the main roster. No way did I think that was going to be like a week later, but no way. But it was great. She did a really good job, and I found a whole new level of respect for her from that house show. Right, Stephanie McMahon is making her way out. So we are going to start with the drafts now. We're 20 minutes into the show. Becky opening the show. It sure does feel great to be back in Kansas City, said Steph. Let's go. First pick. Gunther is Imperium? Imperium is selected by Raw. So Gunther and Ludwig have been selected. Giovanni Vinci, not part of the group. Jades. Wow! Jade Cargill. So, wasn't Bianca like the first pick? And Jade is the first pick over CM Punk. Both of these over CM Punk. Both of these over Drew. Wow, they are going so big with Jades. It's gotta be Punk. Io Sky! Well, they get all of them. They get Damage Control. So, in all fairness, you do get Dakota, Asuka, Io, Kairi. You do get 4 people in that pick. So, I can see the logic. It's not a bad pick, to be honest. Still, surprised that it's not CM Punk. He was on the graphic. SmackDown. Kevin Owens? Kevin Owens staying on... SmackDown. I'm a bit confused. How has Drew or Punk not been drafted? Imperium, Jade Cargill, Damage Control, Kevin Owens. That doesn't look or feel like a first round pick, does it? That feels like round 2, round 3. Imperium, Jade Cargill, Damage Control, Kevin Owens. Oh, here's Imperium. Are we getting a match, are we now? What is this? Looks like wow, both Gunther and Ludwig in ring gear. Ludwig Kaiser. Right, I think it is Gunther. Gunther! Imperium down to 2 members. Yeah, last week, Giovanni Vinci being attacked. So they attacked, or he attacked him last week. Gunther was happy about this, though, backstage. We're just seeing a replay of it. Boom! So Michael Cole said there's a lot of speculation as to why he did it, but Michael Cole thinks that it was an inside job. He thinks that Gunther wanted it to be done. Okay, here's the New Day. And it looks like Xavier is going to be the opponent. Let's go. That'll do. It's a bit small, but it'll do. That's what she said. Raw needs some more star power, said Lamar. If they get a new member, who do you think it should be, says Rick. That is being asked to the chat. Scottish Nightmare said, yeah, that doesn't make much sense for first round picks. Elizabeth said, what brand would you put Chase U on? That's a good question. Chase U against a heel Alpha Academy would be fun, wouldn't it? Chase U against a heel Alpha Academy. I can't remember what brand they've gone to be honest, but that would be my first thought. Doing an Alpha Academy Chase U feud. So I'd probably look to put them two together. Right, we are underway with Gunther against Xavier. This year's draft is looking like a massive L so far, said Brony. Vinci could go to the family. That's a great shout, SP. That's a great shout. Zycami said, is Rhea going to be drafted or a free agent? Well, I think she's going to be a free agent. I didn't see her on the graphic. She might have been there. I didn't see her on the graphic. I mean, she's out injured at the moment, so I think they might just leave it so that when she does return, which is in a few months, she will be free to go wherever. I've got to think she'll probably come back and go after whoever the women's world champion is. Try to get her championship back, you know. Gunther has got Xavier and plants him on the edge of the ring, and that is us done. That is us done for this part of the show. We're going to commercial break. Kiki Palmer on Richardson. Oh, we got some adverts coming up for the Olympics, have we? Paris 2024. There we go. We've got some fun little adverts promoting the Olympics. I saw as well. I went into a Walmart earlier today, and they've started to put up July 4th stuff, like American Independence. So there wasn't really much in the way of theming, to be honest, when I was going last week. Like, it was all Easter had already been and gone, so there wasn't really anything like in the stores theme wise. You know, last time I was in America, it was close to Halloween, so it was all Halloween stuff. This time, there's not really been anything around, but now I'm starting to see 4th of July stuff going into the stores. So, which is kind of early if you think about it. I mean, we're not even technically in May yet. And now we're already starting to get, like, Independence Day stuff. So, they do like going early, don't they, in the supermarkets? Right. Let's go to the super chats. I want to make sure I'm keeping on top of these, which I'm not doing a good job of. Timothy, shout out to you, said, to me it made more sense for Liv to win. Well, you could have gone that way. What I would have said is, if Liv had won the Battle Royal, then you would have had to defend the belt against some other people, and then Rhea returns, and you do Liv versus Rhea for the title. This way, you've got Liv trying to get the championship whilst Rhea is away, and then, you know, she might succeed, she might not succeed. Either way, we know that Rhea is going to go after Liv when she returns. So this way, you could have Becky and whoever feuding over the title, and then you bring Rhea back, and she's in a feud with Liv. So it gives you two stories rather than putting everything into one. So I don't mind the fact that Liv didn't win. I'm not a Liv stan. I don't mind the fact that she didn't win. I think that it gives you potential to tell two separate stories. We've just got to wait now for Rhea to return. But she did say last week it was going to be like a couple of months. So hopefully it's nothing more than that. Hopefully she can be back in a few months' time. But it's just a case of what do we do now, you know? Who is going to be the number one contender for that championship? Are we going to do Becky versus Liv? Or is it going to be a case that someone is now going to get in Liv's way whilst Rhea's not around, and then Rhea returns, and then Liv's got to try and overcome that? So, I don't know, it's quite interesting. I think the women's title picture is quite interesting at the moment on Raw. I kind of like it. So, we'll have to see how it all shakes out. We are back to the action. Kappa Owens said, big time, not boring, Bex. Show her some love. So Kappa Owens was pleased that it went that way. The HPN, shout out to you, my friends. The says, just get rid of the draft. No Elia, but pick him boring Damage Control. Then have him boring Xavier versus Gunter again. Ridiculous. So the is not feeling the show so far. Hello, little floor. Did we see? I'm sure we did. Was it the QR codes, or was it just a little glitch? But there was a little summit flashing up on screen. Be early for the QR codes, wouldn't it? It'd be early for the QR codes. But there was a little... You could see some imagery as well during it. So Gunter knocking Xavier down. We know that Gunter is interested in becoming King of the Ring. So Gunter saying to Kofi, did you just see what I did to your guy? Michael Cole calls Gunter one of the most dangerous men in this sport today. Chops coming in by Xavier, driving Gunter back. Gunter with a big shot there, and he's grabbing Xavier, but Xavier lands on his feet, kick to the midsection. Both guys back into a corner as Xavier charges over to the outside. Big chop there by Gunther. And Xavier slumps down. Gunther on that middle rope grabs Xavier. Guillotine applied, but it looks like he's going to go for a... I don't know, it looked like he was going for a superplex, but Xavier has managed to throw in some shots and power his way out of it. Big chop there by Xavier, and again, Gunther goes down. Xavier is up. Oh, missile drop kick there by Xavier. 1, 2, kick out. They're just showing some of the people that are still available. It's amazing. Judgment Day are still available. A Judgment Day? Drew McIntyre? CM Punk? Odyssey Jones on screen? Tegan Knox is still available. The Pride? Wow. Sometimes they call them the Pride and sometimes they don't. But it did say the Pride on screen, which is weird because they don't really call them that when they're coming out. That's Street Profits and Bobby. Xavier gets pushed and now he's all tangled up in the ropes. Xavier is trapped in the ropes and now Gunther stomping away. So Woods is tangled up in the ropes. Gunther is going to drive by maybe? He's coming round. Oh, throwing in some shots on the outsides. And the referee frees Xavier, who slumps to the outsides. Xavier Woods on the outside as we go to our next commercial break. Schwann's one said, I brought tickets to Raw in June. Everyone I want to see are going to SmackDown. I shouldn't laugh, but that is funny. Buying tickets like, yeah, I can't wait to see such and such, such and such. And now they're all off to SmackDown. Lesson learned, but I will have a good time. Schwann's one, shout out to you. Obviously, we need to see how it all plays out. But yeah, listen, you're still going to be seeing some massive names, big stars. So it'll be all right, but that is disappointing though. Buying it and missing out on all of the names that you wanted to see. That does suck. But let's see how the draft plays out for you tonight. An audio glitch. Oh, I to be honest, I did hear that, but I didn't think that was Howdy related. Was there anything that kind of implied it was Howdy? There was an audio glitch, but I must admit I dismissed that as just a glitch. I think because we saw the glitch earlier, I kind of felt like that was it for the Howdy stuff. But maybe the audio glitch was connected. Timothy said, it seems like the Judgment Day is falling apart. Are you still in Florida? I am. Do you want me to go and fix it? Or I'm hoping to move to Tampa. What the good Lord have. Timothy, shout out to you. Tampa, amazing. I love Tampa. I love Florida. Honestly, I'd live here. I would happily live here. It's beautiful weather. There's loads of places to get foods. Petrol is really cheap as well. You can fill up a car for like about £60. Whereas in the UK, it's more like £100 to fill up your car. So I would say that's a massive difference, is the cost of petrol. Really cheap. Food is, for what you get, portion size, I would say the prices are good. I think it depends where you go, really. I mean, there are places you can go where you can get a good meal for a great price here, but you know, around by the parks, unsurprisingly, that you're going to be paying a bit more. But yeah, I mean, I love it. It's got the weather. It's got loads of food choices. It's great. So much going on. I could quite happily stay. I could quite happily stay, and like I'd try and find a way of streaming outside, so that I could be in the sun. That'd be lovely. I mean, I don't choose to be in a basement in the middle of the night. But then part of me thinks, well, you do actually. You do. No one's telling you that you have to be in the UK. No one's telling you that you've got to be up in the middle of the night. You know, you could like come over to America, but I don't know. Getting visas and all of that would be a nightmare. And it's not going to happen as well. But I know it's lovely. It's one of those, I've got real mixed feelings about my time here being up because I love it. And it's a lovely place to come and visit. And I'm sure it's a lovely place to live. I do miss England as well, though. The rubbish weather isn't really a problem when you never go outside, so. Right, we are back, but Timothy, if your goal, your dream is to move to Tampa, I would say keep pursuing that dream because Tampa is great. What's not to love about Tampa? Shot coming into the midsection. Lovely chop there by Xavier. Right, amazingly, we're already 40 minutes into this show. Cynthia said, have you been to other states? I've been to New York, and that's it, to be honest. Places that I would like to visit. I'd like to go to Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas, so I'd like to visit Texas. I don't know if there's loads there for me to do. I'm not really a sunbathing person, as you can tell by the fact that I look like Casper the Friendly Ghost most of the time. So I'm not a sunbathing person. I'm not the kind of person that's going to go and lie on a sunbed. Like, you know, coming here was about the toy hunting, and that's what I've done. So, I mean, I could go toy hunting in Texas. That'd be quite good, actually. If I found some really good toy shops in Texas, that would give me a good reason to go. But this is why I always come back to Florida, because the amount of Walmarts and Targets and just places around here, I don't know if that's the same in the rest of America. It probably is. But here in Florida, it's just mental. They're just everywhere. They feel like they're on every corner. So that's why I always come here. But yeah, Texas is somewhere I'd like to go to. I'd like to visit Tommy as well in Boston. Weather's not as good there, though, is it? So that would be the downer. You are sacrificing the sun. So that's why being like more towards the south would probably be more preferable. But I'd still go and see Tommy. Right, we've got Gunter on the outside, but have been to New York. I'd like to go back. I'd like to go to the 9/11 museum. And if possible, the Manhattan Center, where they did the first Raw. I'd love to. I've still never been there. I think I went to New York about 2006, something like that. I think it was like that. It was after 9/11 when I went. And there was fencing up all around it. And if you peered through the fencing, it was just like a big pit that had already been cleared. And it was just like really clean and everything had been taken away. And it was just like this big pit that had been like, you know, cleaned up, and it was all perfectly square. And they, you know, obviously starting to think about what was going to go there. Wow, look at that. Single leg Boston Crab. And he's really got it in there, Gunter. What is Kofi going for? The towel. Oh my God. If he grabs the towel. Yeah, he has. Oh, Wrestle with Andy's going to love this. Look at this. Wrestle with Andy always talks about when Helen Hart threw in the towel. Now he's got Kofi Hart doing it. He's teasing, throwing in the towel. You don't see this as a finish very often. Kofi throws the towel into the crowd instead. I'd love for this now to cost Xavier. I'd love it to be that Xavier now loses the match and is actually kicks coming in. Yeah, look, oh, now a crossface. Elbows to the side of the heads. Oh, wow! Look at that! Look at that! Crossface! But not that way round. Like this way. Wow. And he does make him tap. Maybe Kofi should have thrown in that towel. Gunther gets a win in a very impressive fashion. And look at Xavier grabbing his knee in absolute agony. The ring general. There we go. He's beaten the former king. He reaches out, he grabs the crown, pops it on his own head. Right, we got Kathy Kelly, we got Jey Uso. Let's go. Cynthia, so we answered that by Cynthia. Good question that was. Timothy said, New York's gone to hell since COVID. Has it? Has it? I've got to tell you, it hasn't really affected Florida. Who's that in the background? Utes? Yum, 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 yum. I'm glad we signed the Paul brothers, but I just wish it was the one that had the winning records. Utes. WWE Rivals. I had this on TV last night when we got back. I was watching The Miz, Most Wanted Treasures. Pretty good. Kappa Owens said, Days, try sprinkles in Tampa. There's a cupcake at the moment. Oh, I'm not in Tampa anymore, but I'm over Orlando way. So I did go to Tampa, but it was only to a one-off visit. I'm honestly, I'm really out of time. Tomorrow is my last full day. I keep saying it, and I really mean it. Like, I'm so torn. Like I'm really gonna miss being here, but then part of me is so excited to go back because I really miss the channel. I think I'm so used to like doing getting up and videos. You know, I mean, it's just everything I do. That's what I do. I get up, I'm on Twitter, I'm looking at all the news coming in, I'm compiling it for Unseen. I did Unseen, I don't know how many Unseens I did in a row. Like every day, like 50 odd minutes long. I mean, you just get into a routine, really, and so it's been really weird not being in that routine, you know. So I've missed it. I've really missed it. Which is why doing these streams have not been a chore, you know, to actually sit here, watch wrestling with you guys, chat away with you guys. I love it. That's why I do it. And I've missed it. So I'm really looking forward to getting back to, you know, doing all of that. But then the other side is like, it's been a lovely change as well. You know, it's been a lovely change. It's been a lovely change doing toy hunts and, like, you know, I suppose seeing the world after being like just locked away and like being awake in the middle of the night for, you know, years. I think it's probably been good for me to actually like break that habit for a couple of weeks. But yeah. So I've got these mixed feelings about, like, you know, it'd be a shame to go back, but I'm looking forward to going back. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing the dog. Oh, I missed the dog so much. Kia. Very much looking forward to seeing her. She'll be so excited because I don't ever really leave her. If ever I leave her, I'm away for like a couple of days max, and that's for like Wrestling Shop Live. So she is just not used to not having me around. I'm always around. So yeah, my brother was saying that apparently she was not like drinking much and she seemed really sad and all that. So looking forward to getting back to seeing her. Right, we are at commercial break at the moment, but we should be getting our next round of picks coming up. Mitchell said, I think WWE has a little QR codes. Glitches are great, but how do you balance when using them without taking attention away from the whole show? I agree. It was my biggest concern from the last time, and I think this is why you have to drop them later in the show. I think, it's one of those whereby some people have got the ability to just watch the rest of the show, then go back and deal with the QR code stuff in their own time. Obviously, we can't do that because people want to talk about the QR codes and they want to talk about that stuff. So you kind of have to do it whilst the show is on, and then you do miss other things. So really, it's just about doing the best you can. But yeah, I mean, look, no complaints from me. I absolutely love White Rabbit. I love these campaigns. We're just seeing some Kansas City Chief images. Obviously, they've won the Super Bowl. And they're talking about the shooting that happened. So apparently one of the kids that was affected was a wrestling fan. Okay, and they're bringing out, so this was earlier today. So these were people that were caught up in that. That's great. And they're two of the players. And they've got a couple of Super Bowl wrestling belts. Lovely. WWE have always been excellent at doing stuff like that, so maximum respect. Lovely. That was great. That was great. Okay. Logan Paul and iShow Speed are coming out now. What happened to the game I love, eh? What happened to the game I love? Are they doing the next round of picks? Okay, looks like Speed might be doing the next. Loud boos. We got a special guest. Big cheer for Patrick Mahomes. I mean, that's a big deal, isn't it? 3-time Super Bowl champion. So Patrick Mahomes in the front row. Great reaction for him. It feels like a happening, doesn't it? It feels like something big is going down right now. Like here, Logan, iShow Speeds, Patrick Mahomes. Okay. CM Punk is picked by Raw. CM Punk is drafted to Raw. Okay. They should feel very fortunate that SmackDown didn't take him before they got to him. We cut over to Raw and they're like, yeah, we did it. We did it. Yeah, that's right. You picked him third. Loud CM Punk chants. We want CM Punk sign shown. I've got his number, says Logan. Okay, SmackDown. Pride are selected by SmackDown. So CM Punk stays on Raw. Pride stay on SmackDown. Kevin Owens stays on SmackDown. Jade Cargill stays on SmackDown. Imperium stay on Raw. Damage Control move. That's the only thing, really. Damage Control move him. Are we going to get someone from NXT? Come on. Ilya. Braun Strowman is selected by Raw. Now, there was a thought that he might be involved in this Uncle Howdy stuff, so him being drafted is interesting. Maybe implies that he's not going to be a part of this from the beginning? Or even at all? Okay, last pick for SmackDown. Tiffany Stratton? Mate, if I'm Drew McIntyre, I've got some big flipping questions. I've got some big flipping questions if I'm Drew. So, Tiffany Stratton is on SmackDown. She stays on SmackDown. I feel like Damage Control and Braun are the two talking points. CM Punk being drafted so late is probably a talking point. And Drew still not being drafted is definitely a talking point. Okay. Let's get real, says Logan. I came to Kansas City so that I could make some draft picks. Hang out with Patrick Mahomes. Now Jey Uso's running his mouth. You suck. This dude's like, he's dressed like a ref. Okay, Logan getting into the ring. Jey Uso is incapable of becoming a champion on his own. Is Jey the one that gets that belt off Logan? Here's Jey. Jey is coming out. He is so over, man. He is so over. Look at that straight away. Look. Ah, oh, mate. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Look at that shot. We're seeing the crowd, and the crowd are all doing it. So, Yeet signs in the crowd. Quite a few, actually. Jey Uso sign over there as well. He looks over at Logan. He's got a little smirk on his face as well. Yeet, crowd yeeting. They're still waving away. So we got Logan, we got Jay in the ring. I don't think Jay is going to win the world title, but I think there's a good chance he takes that United States title off Logan. Do you think Jay Uso should knock the yeet out of Logan Paul for running his mouth? Do you think you can out-yeet me? Logan said he's been yeeting since 2017. You're not good when you're alone. Oh, here's Finn. Here's JD McDonough. They're making their way down. Me and my bloodline are tight. They've still not been drafted, have they, Judgment Day? So, Jay in the ring. We've got... who's going to come to his aid? Someone will. Sammy? So, Logan said that Jay's vocabulary consists of 2 words, yeet and oos. And he tells him to shut up, stupid, even though he wasn't saying anything. Jay says yeet. He goes after Finn and JD. They're both attacking him. Logan jumps out the ring. Someone's coming to his aid. They better. Got a couple of... are those the Super Bowl rings, are they? Has Patrick Mahomes given the Super Bowl rings to Logan? Is he going to knock him out with 3 Super Bowl rings? That's pretty cool, isn't it? 3 Super Bowl rings. Oh, and he hits JD instead. JD McDonough goes down. JD McDonough goes down. Finn is shocked. Jay is standing. Damn, in between. That's your boy. Oh, take down there by Jay. What is this segment, man? This segment's random. Is it Braun? Braun? Braun Strowman's making his way down to the ring? Braun knocks Finn Balor down. Why is he coming to Jey Uso's aid? Oh my god. Look, oh my god. Wow. Did you see that? Picked up Finn Balor. He couldn't quite get him quite right, so it was all a bit awkward, but then he powers him back up again. Do you know, that's amazing, because he was on his way down. He wasn't quite right. He had to readjust and then pick him back up again. But all without him ever touching the ground. There's Samantha in the background, just watching what's going on. Braun's hair is pretty wild, isn't it? Here's Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes like me. Oh, hello. A couple of Kansas City Chiefs have stood up. Look at the size of Braun. He towers over all of them. Jey Uso's like, nah, leave him. There we go. Braun coming down and helping Jay. Very straight. That whole segment was strange. Where did Speed go? Where did he... Was he ever there? Where did he go? Where did he go? Was it just that Logan walked to the ring? Oh, Speed went and sat in the front row. Right. I can see him now. Boom. So, Logan with 3 Super Bowl rings, knocking down JD McDonough. That was amazing. That was amazing. How he had to readjust, get back up again. That was amazing. Long segment. We've got some super chats that we need to get to. I want to jump back in the chat, of course. But we did a whole draft pick going into that Logan segment. There's been no breaks. We're backstage with R-Truth and Chads. Is this commercial free tonight or something? What's going on? Been a pleasure doing business with you, says Chads. Here's the Miz. One now, 2 later. Yeah, what? Lovely belts. We might be drafted to the NFL. My bad. Pat Mahomes, the insurance guy. Okay, so it looks like there's going to be a tag match. Miz and R-Truth maybe taking on Alpha Academy. Okay, so there's Chance. Oh! Haluva by Sammy. Sammy delivers a haluva, stands over Chads. God, everyone's got a belt, haven't they? We just seen Logan with a belt. Then we saw R-Truth and Miz with belts. Now we got Sammy with a belt. Everyone's got a belt. Friday. Friday, we got an advert for SmackDown. Cody and AJ will be face to face. RKO show, the first ever RKO show. SmackDown from Lyon, France. It says 8/7 Central. Does that mean that it's going to be recorded? What the flip? 8/7 Central. How does that work? 8/7 Central. It must be that they're recording it and then they're going to air it on a delay. They used to do that in the UK whenever we did Raw and SmackDown in the UK. Right, we got super chats to get through. I'm sorry I ignored you all. I wasn't ignoring you, but I couldn't get away from that segment. It was just this was happening, then this was happening, then this was happening. Things just kept happening. JP Bill, shout out to you, said, if you do ever come to Texas, my family and I will give you lessons in all things freedom. Beers, guns, and big trucks. Which, honestly, are my 3 favourite things. Beers, guns, and big trucks. That is pretty much how I live my life. So it sounds like Texas is the place for me. So JPville, shout out to you, buds. Kappa Owen said, cupcake, automated teller machine, not ATM. I'm glad you enjoyed your time here. Hang on, I don't even understand what this means. Cupcake, automated teller machine. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. Not an ATM, but I am. You call your ATMs cupcakes? Do you get your money out of the cupcake? I don't know what's happening. Kappa Owens, but if that's your nickname for ATMs, God bless you. You've gone up in my estimation. I'm so glad that you enjoyed your time here. Love hearing you share your experience of Florida. Caparons, thank you, buds. Yeah, it's been amazing. I mean, this is like my 7th or 8th time to Florida, and I feel like I've done the parks and all of that. I don't come to do that. Obviously, I come to do the toy hunts, but obviously, as you're going around, you still get to see an experience like Florida. You still get to like go to have food and pop into Walmarts and see the stuff that's being pushed at the moment and what people are buying, and you know. So that's something I want to try though. I want to try the Dairy Queen thing. Is it a Blizzard? I want to try one of them. And I've still not had a corn dog. I did have a moon pie, and I've got to say I wasn't impressed. So I've had a moon pie. I've had grits, and they were okay. They were okay. I probably wouldn't have them again. But I don't know if I had proper ones. I don't know. It was quite soft and mushy. I thought they were going to be harder. But, yeah, I still need to try a corn dog. So that's on the agenda. So, yeah, you know, I've been doing and little bits as and when. I am surprised you don't have more McDonald's McFlurry flavours. We went to McDonald's the other day and they only had Oreo or M&M. You know, I thought you lot would have like 50 McFlurry flavours. I feel like we've got more than that in the UK. I'm sure we do. I'm sure we do have more than just 2 in the UK. But here you can have those 2. That's it. And I don't think there was many flavours for the milkshakes either at McDonald's. Oh, Booker T. So, Capo, shout out to you. JP Ville said, I think the QR code is a net benefiting because it brings more eyes to the live show over YouTube, and that offsets people going off to search again after. That's interesting. What a big break for Monday Night Raw. It's huge. Oh, here's Drew. Look at the size of Drew to Booker. I didn't realise he was so big. Tell me. You didn't just say that. Do you think it's 2010? You're talking about the same title you don't have around your waist right now. Look at Booker standing up to Drew. Do you know what happened, Drew? I know how you really feel about Punk. Man, we don't get enough out of Booker. Booker was brilliant there. He was brilliant in that moment. He didn't shy away or anything. He stood up to Drew and he was like, are you talking about the belt that you don't have around your waist right now? And he asked him then, like, well, do you know what happened at WrestleMania? Do you know why you don't have that belt? Like, he was really sticking it to him. And it was making Drew having to respond. I don't know how you would use him. I don't know what you would do with Booker, but I feel like that was a little glimpse into how he could be of benefit on the main roster. Rather than him being behind the commentary table in NXT, he could do something. I don't know about being a manager. Drew doesn't need a mouthpiece, but I do like the fact that he just kind of, no one stands up really to Drew and other than his opponents in the ring, but like backstage. Someone that he's not having a match with, standing up and asking some interesting questions. Do you know why you don't have that belt? I like that. I thought it was good. Here's Sammy. King Yeti said it's Tiffy time. King Yeti also said, yeet Logan Paul, please. He did. He said he's been yeeting since 2017. That's not when he got started, was it? He didn't get started in 2017. When was the whole Suicide Forest stuff? No, I would have said that was before 2017. Right, Big Bronson Reed against Sami Zayn. We've got, this should be a good match, man. Mitchell said, this episode feels like when Raw had the special guest general managers. It does. You're right. It does feel that way. I agree. It does have a kind of weird energy to it tonight. I mean, it's cool. It feels like a happening. I definitely feel like I'm watching something of significance. I mean, you've got some big stars that are there. Obviously, we've got the draft, so even though maybe nothing massive has happened, you've still got the feeling that something massive could happen. So it feels like a happening tonight. It doesn't feel like a show that you would want to miss. But with that being said, I equally can't say that anything massive has actually happened. that is the problem. The flip side is nothing massive has actually happened. Apart from Braun, I mean, Braun being on the show is pretty big. Patrick Mahomes, him appearing, getting involved, handing over the Super Bowl rings. I mean, they're good fun moments. But shoulder tackle there by Big Bronson Reed. But you have to remember, those moments won't play to international audiences all that well. I mean, Patrick Mahomes doesn't mean a great deal to me. I am aware of him. I know he's a star. I know that he's a quarterback. I know that he's won the Super Bowl. I get it. But, like, that's not someone that I'm going to freak out over. But they're not... I mean, if they went and got the real star of the Kansas City Chiefs... Taylor Swift. Like, that would be bigger, obviously. But we're not quite... Wrestling's not quite at that level yet. We can only get the players at this point. We're not quite at Taylor Swift level yet. Here's Sammy. Lovely. Oh, lovely. Uses that top rope to moonsault to the outside. Lands on top of Big Bron. Look at that dude's chain. See that dude in the front row? He's got this big chain. And then he's got this like WWE Championship medallion. Let's go. He is out tonight. Oh, Big Bronson Reed catches Sammy and plants him down. 1, 2. Kick out by Sammy. I think this is for... Oh, big senton there by Big Bronson Reed. Intercontinental Championship on the line. I've got to say, though, it didn't feel like an IC title match. I don't think they did enough to... I mean, perhaps I just wasn't paying attention. Normally, they do that challenger, champion... the belts on a plinth. They normally go like quite big with that. This doesn't feel like it's quite that level. Right, Jimmy Crane, shout out to you, said, how have you been doing? Long time. Jimmy Crane, shout out to you, buds. I've been doing good. We've really been putting in some work onto the channel with content away from live streams, and I think that's been a big help to the channel. I think I do feel like this community is like one of the best kept secrets, because people only really find us if they take a chance on watching the live streams. There hasn't been loads of extra content on top of the live streams for like a good few years. But I think what we've done, kind of starting, I suppose in a way it really started with the LOL videos, which I loved. And I still have several that I've not uploaded. But it started with those, and then just seemed to morph and grow into like unseen videos and opinion videos and all of that. And I think that that's been a big kind of boost for the channel. And I think that's been a great way of maybe some new people finding us. So probably really bad timing to then go away for a couple of weeks. But, you know, once I'm back, not only can we restart all of that, but there'll be some really special toy hunts, ones that I just can't wait for people to see. Drop in the channel. What I'm going to try and do is drop one a week. I think if I do more than that, it might get a bit OTT. I think a week would give enough people to watch them before we then drop the next one. So, but obviously when I get back on Thursday. On Friday, we've got the Go Home SmackDown, and then on Saturday, we've got Backlash. So, and I have been asked, are you doing UFC after? Because apparently on Saturday, you've got Backlash in the day, and then you've got UFC on the night. And so people are like, are you doing UFC? I'm not going to do UFC. My focus is going to be on Backlash, and then after Backlash, we're going to be doing opinion videos, unseen videos, all that stuff. So obviously if I did like a 7-hour UFC stream after, that would really get in the way. So my plan is to do Backlash and then do those videos after. So we're really coming back straight into the fire, really. I mean, I don't know if there's a good time to like go away for a couple of weeks, but I feel like we've done it. We've kind of, you know, it's not been too bad disruption-wise. And we'll be back for Backlash. So, right, we've got a new series of Chucky, is it, by the looks of it? Oh, season finale this Wednesday, guys. Yeah, don't miss it. And right now we're going back to the action as we're going down the entranceway. Going over to the ring as we come round. One of those new ways of presenting the action, which looks really good. So, Sami Zayn with a clothesline. He's back up on his feet. He goes over to the corner. JP said, is there any Nightbird news? Only that we got a glitch earlier. There was a glitch that was on screen. But there was no QR code, to my knowledge. No one's mentioned that a QR code was shown. So I think it was just a little glitch. And then there was like this little audio disruption, but I don't know if that was Nightbird or if it was just an audio issue. But no, I think they're doing the right thing. I mean, we're getting towards the halfway point in the show, and we haven't had anything. No QR code or anything, but I'm sure it'll come. Right now, Big Bronson Reed grabs Sami and oh wow! Sit down powerbomb 2, shoulder up. Wow! Big Bronson Reed with a sit down powerbomb, and Sami is really feeling the effects here. That looks so good. Oh, that looks so good. Do you know what? We've been spoiled, really, with some great action. I mean, we've had Gunter against Xavier, and now we've got Big Bronson Reed taking on Sami Zayn. He charges into Sami. Sami goes down, and Big Bronson Reed goes over to that title, sticks his tongue out. I could see that being a bit of a meme online. Beautiful. Helluva connects out of nowhere. Helluva out of nowhere. 1. Oh, wow. Chad Gable. Gable interferes. Chad Gable interferes. Sami had just hit a Helluva out of nowhere. And now Chad is unloading. Well, Big Bronson Reed's not going to be pleased. There was no guarantee that Sami was going to get the 3. So Big Bronson Reed is obviously going to claim that he would have kicked out. But Chad is attacking Sami. Ankle lock applied. Ankle lock applied. Sami is screaming in pain at the moment. Chad goes down and he's really working on that ankle. Oh, big splash by Big Bronson Reed. Wow. Tell you what, this is one hell of a team. Big Bronson Reed and Chad Gable. So Chad has grabbed that Intercontinental Championship. He's standing over Sammy, but I don't think Big Bronson's going to be pleased, and he isn't. He picks up Chad. Oh, plants him down. Big Bronson Reed is the one that's standing over Sammy and Chad with that Intercontinental Championship. So Chad is down, Sammy is down, and Big Bronson Reed holds up that Intercontinental Championship. And this feels like triple threat. Hey, Randy, my mom wants your number. Oh, round 3, the picks are in. Yeah, we've not had any NXT call-ups. We're just seeing the moment that Kiana found out. So there we go, Kiana putting on the Raw baseball cap. Lyra's got to be on her way, hasn't she? Surely. So, see you Monday. WWE Draft, WWE Raw, Kiana James. Okay. What's this? I don't care about the Fall Guy. Ryan Gosling is talking about the Fall Guy. Okay. Have you tried Waffle House? I haven't, but no. I should probably put that down as well, shouldn't I? Do you know what? I've gone past Waffle House so many times. I've jotted it down. I've got zero interest in the Fall Guy movie, despite liking the TV series, said Jim. Jim, hope you're well. Elizabeth said, Days, you are welcome to Money in the Bank in Toronto. Oh, I've been to Toronto. I've been to Toronto a couple of times, and I love it. It's cold. That's rubbish. But I am used to that, what we be in English. But no, I love Toronto. I love the... Is it the CN Tower? I can't remember if that was its name. I think it was. If I can find it, I don't know if I'll be able to. There is a picture of me when I'm young in Toronto at the top of the CN Tower. And you know how it's got that glass floor? So, like, you can, like, walk on it and see all the way down. I was so scared of that. There is a picture of me lying on the floor, and it's just got, like, the edge of my head just on the glass. And, like, I've got the camera, and I'm trying to take a picture like this, and I'm just terrified that the glass is going to break. There's people, like, walking all over it and everything, jumping on it, and there's me just... not even really putting my edge of my head on it. And I'm like... It's a really embarrassing picture, man. I don't know. I mean, like, I'm 21 now, so I must have been about... I don't know. I must have been about... I don't know, actually. 16? So I've kind of got, you know, when you can't quite grow a moustache and it's all, like, wispy. Do you know what I mean? The hairs are starting to come through, and you're like, yeah, I'm a man. I'm a man now. And you've got these whisper, when there's a bit of a breeze, it all goes up like that, because it's not really proper thick hair yet. I think I had a bit of that. I think I had a little bit of that at the time. It's really bad, man. If I can find it, I will find it. Because I hate myself, and I think I get off on the ridicule. Yeah, it's. I've been to Toronto. I've been there, and I saw a baseball game actually. The Blue Jays, Toronto Blue Jays. I've seen a baseball game. Didn't know what was happening, but it was good. I still enjoyed it. Still an experience, isn't it? So I'm excited for Money in the Bank being in Canada. That'll be good. Cynthia said, Days, I'm sorry to keep bothering you. It's fine, Cynthia. I love the company. I was wondering if you can do me a favour. Can you shout Wonder Woman for me? You want me to shout Wonder Woman? Why am I doing that? Can you tell me why I'm doing it for? Like, why am I doing it? Plus, also, I don't know if I can shout it because I do have neighbours that are quite close. What time is it? It's 9:27. I mean, I can go, Wonder Woman! I can go like that. If I go louder, I might start to disrupt the neighbours. But why am I doing it anyway? It's all very strange. Do it. Wonder Woman is mine and Cynthia's safe word, said William. Oh, that makes sense now. That makes sense. I can picture William lying there in his mask, whipping this hand. God only knows what in the other hand. Going, Wonder Woman! Wonder Woman! I think we can all picture it. And if not, I hope you are now. You forgot to do the match scores. Oh my God, you're right, I did. Oh God. Alex Bliss Gamer, you're right. Thankfully, we've only had, I think, 2 matches. Let's do it now. Let's do Gunther versus... Oh God, I was just having a lovely time chatting away, wasn't I? The APA are coming out. Let's do these scores now. What did you think about Gunther versus Xavier? We'll do this. The APA are coming out. Oh, I can't believe I forgot that. Oh, it was so lovely just chatting. Right, this is Gunther versus Xavier. Get your votes on that. Now we've got the draw. Oh, God, it's all piling up now. First pick. Oh, wow. Rey Mysterio is going to Raw. Zelina Vega, Del Toro. Oh, and Carlito. Carlito goes with them as well. Okay, so who is it? My God. Oh, my God. You get 6 people. 6 people. Rey Mysterio, Dragon Lee, Zelina Vega, Carlito, Del Toro, Wild. 6 people! 1 pick! Okay, so Legado have gone to SmackDown. So LWO and Legado have been separated. Oh, God, thank God for that. Oh, thank God for that. So, Legado del Fantasma, Santos, Berto, Angel, Elektra Lopez. Right, Drew McIntyre finally gets picked. So, Drew McIntyre in the 3rd round, that's going to upset him. That's going to upset him. 8, 9, 10. He was the 11th pick. The 11th pick. Okay, final pick for SmackDown. Ron Simmons. Nakamura goes to SmackDown. No, if I'm at... Those poor people in NXT. Those poor people sat in NXT. They're all just sat there waiting. And none of them are getting called up. What a horrible joke. What a practical joke this is that we're playing on them. Okay, we're going to end the poll for that. Still no Elia? No, still no Elia. Okay, Drew's coming out. Da-da. Okay, 62, 6, 27, and 3. 97% good for Gunther versus Xavier. And then Sammy versus Big Bronson Reed. Oh, here's Drew. Yeah, he's upset. There was another audio glitch then. CM Punk chant. I heard another audio glitch. Man, that would be sick. What if Uncle Howdy takes over the audio? Punk. You finally achieved something? You hurt Drew? You fractured my elbow when you attacked me like a coward? I tape it up and I get on with it. Oh! Punk's music hits? No! No! Punk's music hits. Where are you then? Oh, he is. Oh, look at him. He's there. CM Punk. And he's got his best in the world shirt on. I'm right here, you little... He's up in one of the boxes. He looks great. Loud CM Punk chants from the crowds. Ron Simmons does the damn. Let's go. Punk says, let's go. Let's go. Okay, we've got Otis. We've got Akira. We've got Maxine. Oh, that was good, wasn't it? That was good. You didn't win last week, says Chad to Maxine. Do you want me to celebrate mediocrity? Otis, get it together. If I see you do that dance, Akira. Here's Ivy. Oh, there's not much excitement in Alpha Academy. WWE Shop. Right. Yeet, said Abu. Yeet. That wasn't a yeet moment, was it? Okay, let's end the poll for this. Have we still only had 2 matches? I mean, I don't care. I'm not someone with a stopwatch that's going to be counting wrestling times, but if we've only had the 2 matches, that's pretty wild, considering we're over halfway through a 3-hour Raw. Right, that came out as 93% goods. Boom. Damn. CM Punk should be peeved that he was picked in round 2. Yeah. I don't even think he knows, to be honest. He just seems to be thrilled at... Well, I don't know if he's back. I mean, there was obviously no brace on or anything, but, you know, we could definitely start building towards Drew versus CM Punk. We don't need Punk to be, like, physically involved or anything at this stage. We can get by with a few promos and whatever first, can't we? So... don't know. I'm guessing there's going to be more to come. I'm sure Drew is going to find... Drew will probably go up to that box and Punk will have moved. He might be down in the ring and then we'll get a Punk promo. But I feel like there's more to come from that tonight. King Yeti, shout out to you. Damn. Do you know, the crowd were chanting CM Punk. You could see that Ron Simmons was there and he was like, do I do it now? I don't think the crowd are going to stop. He kind of leaned in and waited for the crowd to notice that he was about to say it, but the crowd were just too distracted by CM Punk, so he came out with it, and then they heard and reacted, so... It's, I mean, what I would say is the energy of the show is distinctively different this year, and since WrestleMania. You know, if this... I suppose you can't say this is a normal Raw because it's a draft episode. So I suppose you can't really say this is a normal Raw, but I was going to say if this is what a normal Raw is going to be like going forward, then we're going to be in for one hell of a ride. I mean, we've had Patrick Mahomes, we've had like some Kansas City Chief guys in the crowd, we've seen Becky, we've seen Punk, we've seen Drew. You know, we've had a few talking points, nothing massive, good in-ring action, I would say, tonight. Really enjoyable, no bad matches, but then not many matches. But what we have had has delivered. Opening segment I thought was kind of interesting with Becky and Liv. It was interesting, Nia coming out. I mean, I've been thoroughly entertained. Thoroughly entertained. I would do halftime scores, but I think we're about to go back to the show now. But it's been a thoroughly entertaining show. If you are just joining us as well, let me just quickly run down who's gone where. So on Raw, Imperium, Damage Control, CM Punk, Braun Strowman, LWO, which is like 6 people, Dragon Lee, Rey Mysterio, Carlito for some reason, and Drew McIntyre. They have all gone or will remain on Raw. And then on SmackDown, Jade Cargill, Kevin Owens, The Pride, Tiffany Stratton, Legado del Fantasma, and Shinsuke Nakamura. So those are the two sides that we've had at the moment of the drafts. And here we are backstage with Braun Breaker. Just having a look at 2 people talking in the background, but I can't make out who they are. Don't think we know them, do we? Do we? I don't think we do. I don't recognise the 2 people in the background talking. Here's Sheamus. You want to interrupt me? Whoa there, Nelly. I just came over to tell you I'm a big fan. You remind me of a young, hungry Sheamus. Oh, Drew comes walking past. So, Sheamus just had a word with Braun Breaker there. He said, you remind me of a young you. Here's Candice and Indy. Looks like Candice is going to be in action. Singles match. Indy Hartwell in the ring. Okay, so Candice is already in the ring. Who is she facing? It's going to be Maxine. Is it Maxine? Is it going to be Maxine or Ivy? It's going to be Maxine. So Maxine's coming out with Ivy. This is probably not going to be Danielson versus Ospreay. If you are watching this thinking, oh my god, is this match of the year contender? It's not what I'm expecting. But let's see, shall we, what we can get from it. Mitchell said 6 people with 1 pick is hilarious. If I'm a GM, I'm just going to draft nothing but factions for all of my picks. It is wild. And not only that, you're getting... it'd be one thing if you got 6, like, jobbers, right? But it's a complete another thing when one of them people is Rey Mysterio. One of the others is Dragon Lee. Spin kick to the midsection there by Maxine. Lovely fisherman suplex. And a kip up by Maxine. Maxine goes against the ropes, hits a bulldog. Oh, the straps have come down from Maxine. Reverse caterpillar into a elbow drop there by Maxine. So she hits the reverse caterpillar. She's been working on that. Candice goes through a kick. Ankle lock being applied there by Maxine. Wow, look at the selling by Candice. Really screaming her head off there. She gets dragged back into the middle of the ring. She's trying to get over to the ropes again. Desperately trying to reach, but Maxine again has got that ankle lock applied. Candice really feeling it. Indy hurls Ivy into the ring posts. So a slight distraction on the outside as Candice gets up to her feet. Kick to the face there as Maxine goes down. Candice pulling back on the arms of Maxine and stomps her down. Rolls her over. Should be able to get the victory. 1, 2, 3. And it's a win for Maxine. For Candice over Maxine. Okay, let's get match score for that one. What did you think? A lot of people are saying that is just like Ric Flair against Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. Candice LeRae is being carried by Indy. I do like how as Candice is being carried off, she's like giving it all that. Dun, dun, dun. Right, the round 4 draft picks are done. That was bad, says Brony. LWO and Legado del Fantasma last Friday, said WWE. Yeah, that's what we've got now. The big shock reveal. What you're about to see, you are going to find very interesting. So, it was Carlito, guys. It was Carlito. Unbelievable. And then he starts attacking the rest of the LWO. Okay, so we're backstage with LWO. Carlito's been drafted as well. Ray said he's got a lot of mixed emotions. I don't know why he did what he did. But we've still got some unfinished business. Here's Dominic with his moustache. How are you going to run Monday Night Raw when you've not even been drafted? What's that on your lip? They're laughing at his moustache. Dominic says you're lucky that I'm not cleared. He's looking good, isn't he? Dominic's looking good. Spring Break-In continues. The first ever NXT Underground match. I'm going to tap your ass out. 8/7 Central. Tomorrow on USA. I've got a question. If Tony Khan asked you to work for him to fix AEW with the biggest salary and you get to keep your YouTube page, would you say yes, said Simple? Oh, that's a good question. So I get to keep the YouTube. How would I don't think that would be possible, though, because the YouTube would suffer, wouldn't it? There's not really much of a way that I'm going to be able to do watch-alongs and everything and also work like with Tony Khan. So, I mean, look, I think it would be a very interesting challenge, and I think that it would be a very interesting opportunity to try and turn AEW's fortunes around. I'm certainly not saying that I'm the person that would be able to do that. I think that just like every wrestling fan, really, I think we all have good ideas. You know, we've all been watching wrestling a long time. We all know what we like. We've all seen enough wrestling to know what works and what other wrestling fans seem to enjoy. So I think when it comes to having your finger on the pulse, if you will, and when it comes to, I think, knowing what will play well to a wrestling audience, I think I feel pretty good about that. And I think that a lot of you should feel good about that, because there's some really good, clever people in our community that are constantly putting in great thoughts, great theories. So I kind of think, like, you hear it a lot with WWE. They hire writers from a TV background. They don't necessarily look to hire wrestling fans. I think that's a bit of a mistake. Who knows this product better than wrestling fans? Who knows what wrestling fans want more than wrestling fans? You know? So I kind of feel like that's a bit of a mistake. I suppose if you can have a write-in background and you can show that you've got good creative thoughts that and you can tell good stories and you've done that in TV, I can understand why you would want that. But surely being a wrestling fan should be something which you look for as well. You have to know what we've done and what's not worked and what's worked in the past. So I don't know that I can answer your question. I think the only way I could answer it is that I don't think it's possible to fix AEW and still keep the YouTube channel going. So if I had to choose, I think I would stick with the YouTube channel, genuinely. Because I love doing what I do, and I love doing this, and I'm really grateful. That's why I say, like, thank you so often, because I love what we have and what we do. If there was genuinely a way of doing both, and they weren't going to disrupt each other, yeah, I think I would be interested in that challenge. It's not so much about AEW versus WWE. For me, it would be more, could you do it? Could you do it? It can. I'm convinced it can be done. I'm convinced that AEW could get good ratings and could get some momentum. They just need to be using their stars better. I just think that a lot of the stories they're telling just don't seem to be connected. So I would be interested in that challenge. But that's clearly nothing that we're going to need to worry about. So you have got me. I am here. Right, what's this? Backlash kickoff show on Friday. Let's go. Right, here we go. Here's Drew. He's looking for CM Punk. No one knows where he is. Looks nice up there, doesn't it? These are all the executive boxes. This one. Oh, he's in Suite B2 too. So there's the box. He's left a signed picture. CM Punk signed picture. And now Punk's coming out to the ring. So Punk was in the box. Drew's gone to the box. Now Punk's going down to the ring. Oh, let's go, man. CM Punk segment. Let's go. Let's go. I didn't know we were getting this tonight. Let's go. CM Punk is making his way to the ring. He doesn't have his arm brace on or anything. We are personality. Man, it's just a different energy when he's on the show, isn't it? So, Drew has gone to sit in the box. He's not gone down to the ring. He's gonna listen to what Punk's got to say and what has Punk got to say. Okay, the reviews are in. People were not crazy about that Maxine match against Candice. It's 25% bad. Loud CM Punk chants. I love Kansas City, said Punk. I don't want to waste your time. He's got 5 minutes, 46 seconds. This is the part of the program where I ask you, do I have your attention now? But I know I've had your attention for quite some time. You're saying I hurt your elbow? I thought you got hurt being on Twitter and tweeting, because that's all you're good for. Punk staring at Drew. He's allowing that chant to come through. CM Punk chant comes through as Drew stands there shaking his head. The fact I was drafted before you is simple economics. He said he's the best in the ring and he's the best on commentary. No one can touch him. Losers hope things happen and losers pray. I think good people pray as well, though. I am going to make your life a living hell. So there we go. Not really much in there, to be honest. But he turns his back on Drew, but still fun. Still fun. CM Punk, I mean, it's still weird, isn't it, to see him in a ring. So there we go. Look, he sat in the ring and we just got shots of Drew. We got shots of CM Punk. Oh, hello, who's coming out? Teddy Long is coming out. So it's time for our next round of is that Medusa? Alondra Blaze is with him as well. So CM Punk gives a big hug there to Teddy Long, and now there's a little kiss for Alundra Blaze. Okay, round 4, let's go. I love seeing Alundra Blaze. Okay, Judgment Day have gone to Raw. Rhea Ripley is not part of that. So it's Finn, it's Dominic, it's JD McDonough. No Damian Priest. Obviously, he's not part of it because he's a champion. No Rhea, though. Okay, Naomi is selected by SmackDown. So Naomi is going to stay on SmackDown. Judgment Day are going to stay on Raw. Nakamura is switching brands. We know that the LWO have switched brands. Tiffany stays, Pride stays, Punk stays. Here we go. NXT. Raw selects Ilya Dragunov has been drafted to Raw. Ilya Dragunov. Oh, wow. Let's go. Ilya Dragunov is on his way to Raw. There is Shawn Michaels. Oh, my God. Imagine the matches. Well, we have not decimated NXT, have we? I mean, I suppose we've took Baron Corbin, Kiana James, Ilya Dragunov, Carmelo Hayes. Those are the only 4 that I'm aware of. Okay, final pick for SmackDown here. Chelsea Green and Piper Niven. So that's a switch. Chelsea and Piper are now going to be over on SmackDown. I do like the stats. It said former WWE Women's Tag Team Champions. Like, it's all achievements that they've got. The last one says their issues, their relationship with management has been an issue. That was the last point that it said. Right, here's Liv. So Liv is going to be taking on Nia. Former 3-time champion in WWE. Liv Morgan making her way down to the ring. Okay, we are into the final hour. I want to try and get into the chat. Let's... Liv versus Nia. Tony Khan has written off AEW. Tony Khan, Wyatt 6 confirmed, said James Peatville. Would you imagine? Imagine if he is going to be the driving force behind the Wyatt 6. That's the dream. Okay, here's Nia. She's making her way down. Right. Wrestle with Andy said, did you see Liv and Dom leaving the same locker room in the background? No, I didn't. Well spotted. I've got to think that if that was in the background, that it was on purpose. There was that moment where we saw them both last week. they had a little moment where they kind of stared at each other. So I wonder if Liv is trying to steal Dominic away from Rhea. That would be a fun story. Right, here we go then. Liv and Nia. Liv comes over and Nia throws her over. Liv tries to charge over again and again. Nia throws her. Shoulder tackle as Liv goes down. She gets turned over and her knee is jammed into the match. Goes back to the corner. Big splash there by Nia. Liv slumps down and gets thrown. Boos for Nia. Nia in full control at the moment. I can't wait to see Ilya versus Gunther on Raw, said Dro. How fitting that Chelsea is on the blue brand. If you know, you know, says James. That's a pretty big 4 to be taken out of NXT, said Akin. Angie said, I've just tagged you some on Twitter. Jay on SmackDown or Raw. I think Jay's on Raw, isn't he? Wasn't he the first pick? Drop kick by Liv. She collides. Roll through. Oh, Nia with a big clothesline. Big clothesline. That's interesting. I don't know if you've seen the glitch from earlier. It's just from that, it's from one of those videos. That's all. Boom! Nia Jax is in control. Oh, hello, Tiffany Stratton's in the crowds. Tiffany Stratton in the crowds. As Nia Jax is in control. She's like, what time is it? It's coming up to about 10:05. Look. Garfield movie. We've got a Garfield trailer. This looks pretty good. Yeah, I'd watch that. Exclusively in movie theaters on Memorial weekends. New Garfield movie on the way. I say new. I don't know if there's been a previous one, but it looks good. Right, let's go down. Let's try and keep up. Tazy's interested by the ads. I know, yeah. I know. Well, I've never seen any of these ads before because obviously in the UK, when the ads are on, I've probably seen them. But because this is America, like, I do find the ads a bit more interesting because now we've got one for Amazon Prime. Garfield is the GOAT. No QR code tonight, said Jojo. It might be on the way. It just might be later, you know? I don't know. I'm all right with not getting one tonight, to be honest. I don't need one for every show. I still think there'll be one, though. We've still got 54 minutes. We've still got a third of the show to go, you know? No QR codes yet. Who was round 4? Good question. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you all the draft picks from tonight So that way anyone that's just joining us can be brought up to speed. So Imperium was the first pick for Raw, but that is only Gunther and Ludwig. Damage Control, which is Io, Asuka, Kairi, and Dakota. You get all of them. That was the second pick for Raw. CM Punk was the third pick for Raw. Braun Strowman was next. Then the LWO, which you get 6 people. You get Carlito, you get Rey Mysterio, you get Zelina Vega, you get Dragon Lee, you get Wild, you get Del Toro. Pretty crazy. 6 people with 1 pick. Then it was Drew McIntyre. Then it was Judgment Day. Judgment Day wasn't with Rhea. It was not Damian either, because Damian, of course, champ, so he stays on Raw. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense for them to be on Raw because Damian's there as well. So Judgment Day, and then Ilya Dragunov. That was probably the big one. Ilya Dragunov, who we knew was going to get drafted. They said that he was eligible, and you wouldn't announce that if he wasn't going to get drafted. So that was Raw. SmackDown, Jade Cargill was the first pick. Then Kevin Owens. Then it was the Pride. Then it was Tiffany Stratton. Then it was Legado del Fantasma. Then it was Shinsuke. Then it was Naomi. And then it was Chelsea and Piper. So that's been the draft so far tonight. It's been really good. It's been entertaining. I've been really entertained. Liv is really struggling here. JP, shout out to you, said the QR code is late. Make people wait and boost viewer retention. More eyes, better ratings. Papa John's. Yeah, I think that, but I think also don't let it get in the way. I think that the QR code can really distract. And I think that if you're WWE, you don't really want people going off working on QR codes when you need them to watch the draft. So I'm a big fan of the QR codes being as late as possible. Liv is fighting back here. She's climbing up. She's on that middle rope. Oh, bangs her head off that top turnbuckle. Samoan drop there by Nia. 1, 2. Kick out by Liv. Liv manages to kick out. Nia looking a little surprised and frustrated. Boom. Yeah, it was. Big Samoan drop there by Nia. The crowd were chanting, "Let's go" something, but I couldn't pick up what it was. Liv tries to bounce up nice, goes through the legs of Nia Jax. Nia Jax goes face first into that middle turnbuckle. Liv coming back into this now. Stomps down onto Nia. She rolls Nia over, but we're very close to the ropes. And Nia gets her shoulder up, but she almost grabs a rope as well. So Nia down. Liv is looking out to the crowds. Crowd aren't really with Liv, though, are they? They're not, like, really cheering her on. Oh. Spinebuster there by Nia. Boos by the crowds. She drags Liv over to the corner. Nia is climbing up. And she's going to look to hit the Annihilator, but Liv grabbing the arm of Nia. Bang, bang, bang. Powerbomb! Liv uses that... She used the fact that Nia was already on that middle turnbuckle to like grab her and powerbomb her down. That was a good moment there by Liv, though, where she grabbed Nia's arm, pulled down on her arm, and it meant that Nia was headbutting that top turnbuckle. Now we've got Naomi attacking Tiffany. She attacks Tiffany, dumps her over the barricades. We've got fighting in the ring. We got fighting on the outside. Tiffany stomping away on Naomi. She grabs her, tries to hurl her face first into that commentary table. Oh, edge of the ring. Comes over, goes for a big kick, and Tiffany goes down. Nia Jax collides into Naomi. Naomi falls off the edge of the ring. Where's Liv? Liv. Oh, I don't know what that was. Now she's going for Oblivion. She gets it. Nia, 2, 3. It's a win for Liv. People are cheering. I just cannot read how the crowd feel about her at the moment. Like, there's large parts of that where it's really quiet and it seems to get no reaction. But then there is cheering at the end. Okay, we're going backstage. A draft analyst. Booker T. Who's next? Will it be Trick? Will it be Roxanne? There's Adam Pearce walking past. Booker T congratulates Ilya Dragunov. Look at him in his bright red suit and red tie. He looks great. Adam Pearce said my favourite pick of the whole draft is the one I didn't make. Chelsea Green going over to SmackDown. He is absolutely over the moon. It is true. Why would you pick Chelsea Green when she's so difficult? Why would you pick her if you was a GM? That's a great line, though, isn't it? That's a great line. Right, we've got an advert for Chucky. Show again. It looks good, this, you know. Chucky season finale. I've never seen any of that TV show, but it looks good. Simple, shout out to you. Richard said Hulk Hogan and Booker T to make picks for WWE Draft. No, Adam Pearce was just going with a card, so I think he's about to do. Is he about to do some announcing? Is it going to be him and Nick Aldis next? I don't know. Oh man, I am getting too distracted by the commercials. Roper Mode said, I love watching with you. I'm about to do pro wrestling in South Carolina. The Carolina Invin Kidball Boy. Too heavy, too heavy. Roper Mode, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. The Carolina Invin Kibble Boy. Too heavy. I don't know what these words mean. But I'm with you on the too heavy, too heavy. That's how I feel. After 2 weeks in America, that's how I feel. I don't even want to see a scales. I have no, honestly. I mean, before, if ever I jiggled myself, not much happened. Now, it takes about 5 minutes to stop. Jiggle, 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 jiggle. Just sort of keeps the sort of jiggling around. So I'm with you on the too heavy, too heavy. But Roper Mode, shout out to you, my friend. Pro wrestling in South Carolina. The Carolina Invin. I don't know what is it Sybil Boy? I don't know if it's Sybil Boy. Sybil. I'm gonna go Kibble. Maybe it's Kibble. Kibble. I would think that would be with a K though. But if you change the I to an A, that would be Cable. So perhaps it's kibble. It's a mystery. But Roper Mode, shout out to you. Big Time said, did you see Ticketmaster revealed ticket prices for Clash at the Castle? Cheapest prices at the back are 500. It's disgusting. We're in a cost of living crisis with inflation. We spoke about it on Friday. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know what to say. I feel like every time they brag about we've got a new record for highest grossing Raw, it's the new record for the highest grossing SmackDown ever. It's the new record for the highest grossing Money in the Bank. A lot of these shows are not in stadiums, they're in arenas. So the only way they're breaking those records is by constantly inflating the ticket prices. Now, when they shout about, oh, we've just got the highest grossing Raw, as a fan of WWE, you applaud it, right? And you're like, oh my God, that's amazing. I'm so pleased that business is good. WWE are doing so well. You don't really think about it. But if you thought about it, what they're basically saying is that we're charging more for tickets now than we ever have, and people are paying it. So I feel that for a long time, WWE have basically been telling you that they've been inflating their ticket prices, but just spinning it in a way where we've all been like applauded. And, now people are seeing the reality of what that looks like when a premium live event comes to Scotland and the tickets are £500 a ticket, But what I would say is it's not only WWE. If you look at concerts and you look at things like that, you're getting crazy prices for like Taylor Swift and all that. I mean, I've seen articles on Taylor Swift. I've seen articles on Beyonce and just like all these major artists and how much ticket prices are these days, So I think that there's quite a bit that's going on here. I think there's a lot, and of course Ticketmaster as well, add in their inflated extras. Oh, hello, that was another glitch, but I don't know if it was the code. Oh, we're getting the Dudley Boyz again. Dudley Boyz again. Well, I don't mind the Dudley Boyz again, but I'd rather someone different. We got another glitch, and the QR code may have been in there. Oh, they've brought a table. Dudley Boyz are coming out, and they've brought a table. They're setting that table up. Ian said Invin and Sybil is invincible. Ah, very good. Very good. That did not land with me. It's hard enough for me to read words, let alone if they're broken up. Invincible. Here we go then. Round number 5. Kansas City. Right, Liv Nia. I need to get this score down. Lovely. We were all doing that back in the day. Devon. Get the tables. Oh, my brother, testify. Man, the crowd are loving it. It is great to see them. Okay, round 5. I think there's 6 rounds tonight, isn't there? Raw selects Kofi and Xavier, The New Day. New Day. So, New Day are staying on Raw. SmackDown. Pretty deadly. Pretty Deadly are on SmackDown. Come on, let's get another NXT person. Okay, Raw. From NXT, Lyra. Lyra Valkyria goes to Raw. Lyra Valkyria goes to Raw. There we go. Lyra Valkyria. Oh, that's the best reaction as well. She's so shocked. She's so shocked. Look, there's Sean. He comes over with the cap. He gives her a hug. She's got tears in her eyes. Oh, well, how's she going to feud with Tate and Paxley now? So, Lyra Valkyria has gone to Raw. I tell you, if I'm Gigi Dolan or if I'm JC Jane, I am wondering, what do I need to do? I mean, they were in Toxic Attraction with Mandy Rose ages ago. Oh, that's good, isn't it? Hit me in the feels. Candice and Indy have gone over to... Candice and Indy have gone over to SmackDown. So Candice and Indy have gone over to SmackDown. So New Day, Lyra Valkyria both go to Raw. Pretty Deadly, Candice and Indy go to SmackDown. Right. Was that a QR code? I saw the glitch and everything, as we said, but I don't know if the QR code was in with it. Here's Awesome Truth. I'm guessing not. Otherwise, I'm guessing people would be like, QR code, QR codes. QR codes. Like that. QR codes. What's up? What's up? Oh, there is, and it's only small. Wow. Let me see if I can show you. Up there, look, in the corner, it says stop. Wow. That's a great way of doing it, isn't it? That's a great way of doing it. We're all waiting for a big QR code. I don't know if you'd be able to scan it on screen. It might work for you. I wonder if I can make it bigger. Try and get it as close as I can. Will it pick it up though? There we go. That might scan. Trying to hold it as steady as I can, but... Oh, there we go. Oh. Will that work? Will it work? Might work. Oh, that should. That's pretty good. There we go. I held it long enough, my arm was aching. And now I'm all blurry, like... Ah. There we go. Very good. So, Richard, shout out to you, Richard Carmen. So, apparently, Uncle Howdy QR code is creepy AF, but so good. Very good. Right, let's try and get back to the chat. the source code has omnis finis principio in it. It means every ending has a beginning. Selvi, shout out to you, my friends. So the QR code has dropped. Guys, the QR code's dropped. Let's see if we've got what it leads us to. Defcon Prime, shout out to you. Said, all the glitches and the QR codes, they remind me of the movie Late Night with the Devil. Very creepy with glitches like this. It's streaming now and it's a solid 8 out of 10. We've got a movie review from Defcon Prime. Thank you. Guys, movie reviews are in. If you've got a movie review, feel free to put it in the chat. Okay. So the QR codes. Let's have a look, shall we? What are we dealing with? Again, you know what I'm going to say. Is there anything hidden in the black, in the dark? I'd be interested to know what this word is as well. ELEFTHERIA. Elephteria. Eleptheria? Eleptheria. Oh, God, it's that. Got a bit of static, says pause. What's that? Oh, it's another shot of the cabin. The birds. Oh, that's good. That's really good. That's Nightbirds. It's really good, man. I'm trying to show you and see it myself. The door is open. Do you want to meet him? Yes, please. Yes, please. I'd like to drown in his glory. Oh my God, it's Keith Lee. It's Keith Lee, guys. Keith Lee's back. Oh, it's really good. It's really good. It's really good. God, I wish they'd make a whole film. It was really good. Now, I didn't see any faces or anything in there from that. To be honest, I was trying to show you as much as I was trying to see it myself. And I don't even know if I did a very good job of showing you. Right, let's go. People are going to be looking into that at the moment. So let's change over what match is on at the moment. It's Alpha Academy versus Awesome Truth. So that's the match we got right now. And I want to go here. And I want to go here. Do you want to meet him? Said Lone Star Friend. I would like to meet him. It's a win for R-Truth. So, it's going to be like that now, where we're trying to watch things and we're trying to do different bits and bobs, and matches are going to come and go. We're going to do the best we can. We're going to let the investigators investigate. See what people can find. If you're finding stuff, put it in the chat. Oh, hello, we're backstage with Damien, with Finn, with JD. Week after week, you've tried to get involved in my business. I do not need your help. JD, have you got it? Whoa, look at his face. Is that his actual face? It's all red. Oh, mate, I don't know if that's a bit of makeup or if that's genuine, but wow. JD. Definitely feeling the effects of earlier. Right, Awesome Truth against Alpha Academy. Alpha Academy have come up short. Chad Gable is not going to be best pleased about that, is he? Right. WrestleBuzz said, have to change my undies after that QR code video. It was pretty scary. It was pretty spooky stuff. Right, Muse 0042. So we found out what the URL means. That's Elephteria. Elephteria is a common female Greek name. Common female Greek name. And what does it mean? It means free. It means free. Very good. Right. Oh. That's fallen on the floor. Let's do that. Let's do that. Days, I've tagged you on X with the definition. Ronnie, thank you. Mitchell said they should have put the QR code on JD's head. They should have done that. You are correct. Do you think he returns tonight? No. I don't think he returns tonight. Lyra and Dragunov should have been chosen earlier. William said, I don't care. Strowman has got girth again. He has mass, and that equals chaotic destruction. It means free and liberation, said AR1. There's a QR code on the commercial. It's probably connected, so scan it. Yes, you're right, there is. Oh, I would have scanned it. I could see Howdy returning soon. Probably Backlash, says Tom. They'll return at Backlash. I tell you, that'd be massive if they do. Daisy, are you coming back on Wednesday? Are you still doing NXT? I do want to. My only problem is that it really depends on what I'm doing for my last full day here. My plan is to do it, but if I end up going somewhere where I'm not going to make it back in time, then that's going to be my problem. What would it be my last day? If there's like somewhere that I need to go to do a toy hunt at a toy shop and it's going to mean I'm getting back late, then that's my issue. So at the moment, I am doing it. At the moment. But watch this space. Here's Liv. She bumps into Becky. Congrats on the win. You get your title shot. Liv has got her title shot. Here's EO, Dakota, Kyrie, Asuka. Kyrie just touched Becky's championship. Okay, so Adam Pearce and Nick Aldis are going to be doing the final round of draft picks now. Here we go, wrapping this thing up then. Okay, Raw has selected Final Testament. Okay, so Final Testament are moving over to Raw. That'll be good. I thought they were on NXT now, to be honest, but... Okay, here's SmackDown. Oh, DIY? DIY? Adam Pearce says that's a good pick. Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa then they're going over to SmackDown. Big Bronson Reed. Big Bronson Reed is staying on Monday Night Raw. So who's going to be the last pick for SmackDown? Jake said if Bo doesn't return at Backlash, the QR code will be huge. Here we go, final pick. NXT? Blair Davenport? Wow. That's a shocker. That's a shocker. Blair Davenport bursts into tears. Blair Davenport is making her way to SmackDown. Wow. Yeah, very much a dark horse pick. There we go, Blair Davenport. Again, if I'm JC Jane, I'm like, what the? Born in England, raised in New Zealand. She's got gothic charisma meets cold-hearted fury. She's got a frightening intensity. Well, do you know, she could be, I don't know, where's Alba and Isla? She could be interesting with Alba and Isla. Imagine Damage Control taking on Alba, Isla, and Blair Davenport. That could be really fun. Not that we're going to do that, but... Okay, here's Jay. All right, Jay Uso. So this is going to be our main event, isn't it? We've got 21 minutes to go. We do need to get back to the QR code stuff, but we're done with the draft now. Six-man tag match. Was this announced? I didn't know about a six-man tag match. So who's in this match? Where's this come from? I've just yeeted in my pants, said K-Dub. Gigi and JC should reform Toxic Attraction. Myth said, tell me, did you see the White Rabbit glitch tonight? We did, yes. We've been talking about it. I don't know what the latest is on it. We are going to commercial break. Main event time coming up. Right. LZS said Aletheria was also a short film about a child lost in her imagination. It was made in 2017. Aletheria. Was that the word? Was it Aletheria? Yeah. That's interesting. Wrestlelandy said, did anyone try writing yeet in that Bray code? No, but they did look at the source code, and that did seem to show all the words that would work. So I don't think yeet was one. I mean, you could still try it, but if it's not in the source code, I don't think it would have done anything. It's Judgment Day against Jey Uso, Ricochet, and Andrade. It was announced earlier. Oh, right. That completely passed me by. I honestly didn't know that at all. So who is it? It's Ricochet. Was it really? Where's this come from? Ricochet, Andrade versus Judgment Day. Okay. Boom. Right. They've played the song. Okay. This is a bit random, says Prince Moolah. Canadian Kid said it's 110% Uncle Howdy. I think we knew that ages ago, to be honest. You got the cabin, which resembles Sister Abigail's cabin, and now you have a forest scene, which is the cut scene from the Eater of Worlds version of Bray, says Canadian Kids. Braun kind of looks like when he was the Black Sheep, said Ragnar. Would Thea Hale get over on the main roster? I think so. Her problem would be when it comes to wrestle. When it comes time to wrestle, her wrestling is limited. She's made really good progress and she's improving all the time, but I don't think she's ready for the main roster. We haven't really seen her cut in like in-ring live promos. She does a lot of like backstage promos, but I'd like to see her in-ring promos. I'd like to see obviously more matches out of her, but just her general presentation, her energy, that would translate very well to the main roster. So I think yes, but I think there would be some concerns. So I think they're just making sure that she's ready, basically. Yeah, what was in the source codes? That was something which I was interested in. Was the source codes? Bum, 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 bum. I do need to try and get through these messages. Here is the codes. Wrestling Pandemonium said, mark my words, Uncle Howdy's family will arrive tonight. They've shown multiple QR codes, videos, and glitches. The links meaning... Yeah, so we know... I think we've covered the Eletherium thing. Seems like we're getting closer and closer to a return. Yes. But what was in the source codes? That is my question. What was in the source codes? Talking about the Fall Guy again. And we've got footage of Nightbird being played in the arena. Uncle Howdy glitch. We've seen that. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing anything to do with the source code. There's a lot of people talking about the URL. Ah, here's one. Dan, thank you. Oh, hello. Okay, so it was mentioned in the chat earlier, this Omnis Finis Principio. Omnis Finis Principio. I can't remember what was said. Omnis Finis. Omnis Finis Principio. Translates as every ending is a new beginning in Latin. Every ending is a new beginning in Latin. Is that all we've got so far? Was there nothing in the black? Okay, we've got a lot of entrances. Ricochet just making his way down to the ring. Boom. They played the song in the arena. Janet, thank you. I feel bad for JD in Judgment Day, said Dro. Yeah. Blair has been wrestling for over a decade now. She was in NXT just for a tune-up and to help others, says Al. Serious Gaming said, feels like the Wyatt Six needs to debut at Backlash. They can't drag it on any longer, in my opinion. Dallas said, Altheria, I believe, relates to Alexa when she is under Bray's control. Tom said, Natalia didn't get drafted, which is a bit of a surprise. There's quite a few that don't get drafted on the show, but they'll get drafted after. So there's quite a few that will get drafted on Raw Talk, I would imagine. So here's Andrade. He's made his way down to the ring. So Andrade steps into the ring. I need to have a look at that video again because it really did look like Alexa on that last video. So I'm wondering if there's anything in this video that kind of really looks like anybody. You'd have to play the video a few times, obviously, and really go frame by frame, which is a very tedious job. Is Michael Cole's laughing at the fact that JD's got a knot appearing on his big head. JD is making his way down to the ring and he shows Finn Balor. So is JD like having to wrestle? Is this not like cruel to pop vinyls? So 1 p.m. Eastern time on Saturday. Damian Priest taking on Jey Uso. We found out that there will be a kickoff show, kickoff panel, kickoff thing on Friday, which we'll try and cover, of course. Okay, so, oh my god, he can't even see? Couldn't we just make this a tag match? Jay doesn't need to wrestle. Jay could just be at ringside, really. Ricochet's laughing and Jay's like circling around. Unsurprisingly, JD is not going to be starting us off in this match. I've got to think he's not going to feature much at all here. We've got 11 minutes left of this show. Main event time. 6-person tag match. Right, we are underway. Okay, let's go down, get the latest bits and bobs. JP Ville said Nightbird is just Keith Lee. Drown in his glory. Drown in his glory. It's a really good video. It's a brilliant video this time around. I mean, they've all been good videos, but I think I'm excited. I'm excited to see if they do debut at Backlash. Okay, here's Ricochet and Andrade working together. Clothesline. To the outside went Damian. They go against the ropes, through the ropes. Oh, land on top of JD and on top of Finn Balor. Damian goes over the commentary table. And I think we're about to go to our final commercial break. And there we go. Commercial break. Is JD's injury legit? I believe so, Tom. It might be exaggerated. They might have put a bit more makeup on it to make it look worse than it actually is. But I believe it to be legit. Maybe Nikki Cross could be part of Wyatt 6, and that would explain her behavior, says Jim. Tom said this is happening because last week Andrade and Ricochet teamed against Dominic and JD. They won and then got attacked after the match. Jey Uso came out to help them. Thank you, Tom. Myths says Nightbird was made in 2019 and so was the Firefly Funhouse. William said, not what I believe because I am aware we are energy and we return to the source of everything, the universe. William, you normally talk about boobs. That's very deep for you. Ian, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you. Appreciate the source code information. I'm surprised there's not more showing itself. I wonder if they didn't want this one to be too deep because they didn't want to distract too much. There's a lot of draft picks that are probably going to get announced after the show, so yeah, I mean, look, Cal Dub has tagged me in this saying, so far the Creeds, Tyler Bate, Pete Dunne, Odyssey Jones, Tegan Knox, Giovanni Vinci, Apollo Crews, Kaden and Katana. I love those girls. Natalia. None of them have been drafted on the show yet. So it's got to be Raw talk. You wouldn't want to be in that list, though, would you? You wouldn't want to be. I mean, like the poor Creed brothers, man. How have the Creeds not been drafted? How have the Creeds not been drafted? I can sort of understand Tegan Knox, and I can sort of understand Odyssey Jones, and I can sort of understand Apollo Crews. I can't really understand the Creeds. And I can't really understand Kaden and Katana because they've always been good. Always done what's been asked of them. Dunno. Heartbreaking. But it was one of those where someone was always going to not be drafted during the show because you always had more people than you did picks. So you was always going to be in this position, you know. Right, I would like to see the blue former Universal belt presented to Uncle Howdy to bring home to the Wyatt family, since it was Bray who introduced the belt, said TBH791. Nick, shout out to you, said, I want Dexter Loomis to be in the Wyatt 6. Nita Nitro said, Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne not drafted is disgusting. That is a shock as well, you are right. That is also a shock. I mean, they were at WrestleMania, but yet they can't get picked tonight. Pete Dunne as well. I mean, Tyler Bate I might be able to understand because he's not been on the main roster that long. But Pete Dunne. Myths said, just imagine, just before the main event of Backlash, the lights go out, White Rabbit starts playing, and red flashes. That would be sick, says Myths. I kind of feel like Backlash needs that, to be honest. I kind of feel like Backlash could really benefit by having Uncle Howdy and this new family arrive, you know? I think that would be a big boost to that show, because that show, it's got some names on it, it's got some star power, but oh god, it feels so far from WrestleMania. It doesn't feel, you know, even in this, it doesn't even feel like the same company. WrestleMania was so epic, so big, with Roman and Seth and Rock and Cody trying to finish his story and all this stuff. Like this Backlash one just doesn't feel anywhere near as big. So I feel like it really would benefit from having the Wyatt 6. So Damian Priest there kicking out at Jay, now colliding into Ricochet. So at the moment, we've got, oh, look at that by JD. JD, he's only got one eye. He's basically a real-life Two-Face. Yeah, he's still getting involved. Backbreaker there by Finn. Damian against the ropes. Boom. Leg drop there by Damian. Turns Ricochet over. Goes for the cover. 2. Double axe handle there by Andrade. And Andrade gets out the ring. Just 4 minutes left. That's all, my friends. Just 4 minutes. I'm very surprised that no one's been able to find anything in that video. It's a 53-second video. Is there no faces? Jay is trying to get the crowds. Jay is in the ring, duck underneath. Finn Balor goes flying. Jay is in there with Finn, big shot, and Finn goes down. Super kick to the midsection. Nice shot there by Jay. Spins around, nice kick there by Jay. Finn Balor goes back to the corner. Dominic on the outside. Jay in the corner, duck underneath. Big shot there to Damian Priest. Damian Priest goes down. Jay charges over. He goes to the outsides. Top rope enziguri there by Jay. Jay climbs up. Finn Balor in the middle of the ring. Oh, big splash. Looked great. 2. Oh, and the save is made by, oh my God. Spinning elbow by Andrade. Oh my God, on JD McDonough, who doesn't have a face right now. The poor man doesn't have a face. Finn getting dragged over. Tag made. In comes Damian. Stepping through the ropes. Charging over, big clothesline. Down goes Jay. Straps coming down by Damian. He thinks he's Maxine Dupree. He thinks he's Maxine. He looks out to the crowds, saying, "Is this your guy?" He grabs Jay. He's going for that razor's edge. He's got Jay up on his shoulder. We're really running out of time. Samoan drop there by Jay. Jay going to the outsides, climbing up. Damian Priest is down. Is Jay about to pin? Oh, Dominic distracts. Damian grabs. What? JD McDonough, what happened there? There was a miscommunication. JD McDonough comes charging over. Kick. Oh, JD goes out the ring. Finn Balor comes in, against the rope. Spear by Jay. There's a real mix-up between Damian Priest and JD McDonough. Balor is the one that's down in the ring. And a big splash there by Jay. Goes over, goes for the cover, 2, 3, and it's a win for the faces. And I gotta tell you, we've got real problems in the Judgment Day. Andrade, Ricochet, and Jey Uso secure the victory. More Jey Uso than anyone else. But, yeah, we got problems in the Judgment Day. Carlos said JD is getting kicked out of Judgment Day. Sean said JD is going to get kicked out. Old Finn would have kicked out, said KD. Scottish Nightmare said, like you said, he can't see well. That's true. That should be his defense. Right, they're just running through the cards. Kabuki Warriors taking on Bianca and Jade. That'll be good. Randy and Kevin Owens against Solo and MFT. Tama Tonga. It's going to be cool to see Tama Tonga in action. But here, look, we've got Jay. We've got Damien standing in front of each other. Damien holding up that World Heavyweight Championship as he's talking to Jay. And there we go. There we go. We are done, my friends. We are done. Right, I'm gonna, well, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna end this poll, which I know has not been up long. How many votes have we had? Oh, we've had over 100 votes. I'm gonna end that poll. I'm gonna ask you for your thoughts on the show. I'm gonna do that. I do need these results. Nice little main event, said Ellis Stubb. Nice little main event. Nice little cheeky little main event, wasn't it, mate? Ellis Stubb, I hope you're well. 14. Lovely. Right, and then I'm going to go and put the poll up for what you thought about the show. Few final thoughts, and then I'm going to run away. Because I need a drink. Not an alcoholic drink, just any kind of drink. Oh god, I hate doing it on this. Ask a question. Well, I would like to. It never copes very well with streaming and doing this. I might have to do this after. Ah, here we go. What did you score Raw? There we go. 5, 4, 3. I learned last time we can't do anything more adventurous than this because it just keeps crashing. I don't know why. I think it's my laptop. Oh, look, I'm going to try. Can't help it. I'm going to type the words. Goods. Please don't crash. Okay, he's only got one more to do. Come on. Yeah, baby. We did it. We got away with it. And we've posted it. Right, if you go to the community tab, then you can see the poll for this week's Raw for you to vote as to what you thought about the show. Obviously, we will move that back to the second channel. I really don't like them being on this channel, but I don't have my sign-in for the second channel on the laptop, so that's why it is here. Right, let's get a few final thoughts, and then we will all go and get a lovely Coca-Cola. Hoodie Hilton says 9 out of 10. Hoodie said, Yeets. Macarai said, you were saying earlier that Jay could take the title from Logan. How would that work considering Logan's on SmackDown, Jay is on Raw? Probably wouldn't then, to be honest. I think the fact that Logan was on Raw has probably just confused me. But I do think he would be the right person to do it. I think LA Knight is maybe the one that is the person that we've all considered. I thought he would do it at WrestleMania, and then obviously he got into a feud with AJ. So LA Knight, if LA Knight is, because I still don't know where everyone's gone, to be honest, but if LA Knight is on SmackDown still, then maybe he'll be the one to do it. He was the one that we originally considered, but I just can't see Jay being world champion. I can't see him getting that belt from Damian. So, I haven't done a predictions video, but if I was to do a predictions video, my prediction is that I think Damian would retain. I don't think Jay will win the title this weekend. I think if Jay's going to get a title, I think it would be a mid-card title. And I can't see him getting it off Sammy. I mean, I can't see that. I don't think they'd do that match. They might do it as a friendly, but that wouldn't be great for Sammy because I think Jay's more over. So it doesn't really make sense to do Sammy and Jay. So that's kind of why in my mind, if we're going to put a belt on Jay, and I think we should put a singles belt on him. The one that feels like the most realistic is Logan's. But then, as you've rightfully said, Jay was the first pick on Raw. Logan's the mid-card champ on SmackDown. So we can't get it there. That makes me wonder, what are the odds for Backlash then? Let's have a little look. Backlash odds. What are the bookies saying for Jay and Jey Uso is the underdog, but what's the odds? Cody Rhodes is minus 4,000 favorite. Damian Priest's margin against Jay is narrowing. So Damian Priest is minus 800 favorite. So that means that if you want to win $100, you've got to bet 800. So that's how much of a favorite Damian Priest is. You would have to bet 800 just to win 100 back. That's how much of a favorite Damian Priest is. And I've got Damian as a big favorite as well, actually. So if I was to do a prediction video, I would say that Damian will win. But then the question is, well, how do you get Jay to a title? And it can't be a tag title. So it's got to be a singles title. He ain't going to beat... I don't think he's going to beat Sammy. I mean, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have a heel beat Sammy, and then I think Jay beats that heel. But that's quite a way down the road, potentially. I don't know. It's hard to see what the plan is. It feels a lot cleaner that Jay just beats Logan, doesn't it? That just feels a lot simpler. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens at Backlash. Perhaps he'll be the new world champion. Right, we've got a super chat. Muse0042, shout out to you, said, I just realised the Raw drafted Damage Control, but the Kabuki Warriors are champs, so they shouldn't have been eligible. I guess Jade and Bianca are winning, even though that was kind of obvious anyway. Well, they did say that the women's tag titles, I believe, were they could go on either brand. I think part of the reason for that is because they are representing both brands. We don't have a Raw Women's Tag Champs and we don't have a SmackDown Women's Tag Champs. We just have Women's Tag Champs, and they go between both brands. So I think that's why they could end up getting drafted. The reason why you can't draft the other champs is because they are just locked to their shows, because those belts, I'm guessing, are locked to those shows. So that's why the women's tag champs were drafted. But I don't know, to be honest. I don't know if that does mean that Jade and Bianca are going to win. I think they do, but I wouldn't say this drafting has kind of changed my mind on anything. I think the women's tag titles can just go wherever, you know. Let's get a few more thoughts. Dijak has tweeted that he's been drafted to Raw. Has he? Dijak drafted to Raw. Oh, that's great. That's great. Oh, I'm so pleased. I love Dijak. Oh, man, he's going to be able to ratio people on a whole new level. Dijak has been drafted to Raw. Why didn't they do that during the show, you cowards? I hope they don't say, but the catch is you've got to be T-bar again. That's great. I'm just looking. So he has... It's just a simple tweet. It just said, hey, I just got drafted to Raw. Oh, brilliant. Oh, I'm glad we stuck around for a second for that. No more DIY DX. Thank you, said Eric. Jeremy said, I would love to see a rematch between Becky and Lyra. Yeah, that would be good. Myths said, Days, a glitch said, feed your head. Did it? Not one of the glitches earlier. That's interesting. What was it? What? I'm going to write it down. Feed your head. Big Time said, I'm very excited about how Lola and Natty worked that underground match. Do you remember Dijak and Eddie back in December? Eddie hasn't had a match since. He's stuck on Level Up. I saw him at the house show. I don't know. I thought that the underground match was fine. I just don't know if creatively they don't have anything for him. There was a big, I don't know if you ever saw, but Eddie Thorpe had a big meltdown on Twitter. There was some guy that he just really went off on. I think he's very passionate about his heritage, which you can totally understand, right? I'm not knocking him for it at all. But I don't know. I think like you've got to be quite careful, I suppose, when you're a WWE superstar, that you don't let the trolls get to you. Plus, also, I don't know that this was a troll. I think it was someone that didn't... It's hard because I can't remember exactly what was said, so that is making this conversation difficult. But it was something to do with someone not quite understanding the Native American history and asking some questions, and like Eddie Thorpe just going off, man, just really went off. And I must admit, it did appear as an outsider like a bit of an overreaction, right? But I think the way he took it was probably different than the way I read it. I think the way he read it and the way he took it was different than how I read it, and I didn't take it that the person was trying to be disrespectful. And I think he definitely did take it that way. And so he kind of was going off. I think we featured it in Unseen. So I don't know what all that stems from. I don't know if maybe he's faced a lot of prejudice in his life, and I don't know that was any sort of effect either, but it just gives you a bit of a glimpse into, I think, how intense he could be in real life as well. So you never quite know those things, you know. That's the kind of thing which, you know, I don't want to speculate on that because I'm not going to talk about Eddie Thorpe in particular now. I'm just saying that in general, you never quite know what's going on behind the scenes. You never quite know what demons people have got, what drug battles people are going through. You don't quite know, like, you know, if people are turning up late all the time, or you never quite know. So again, I'm not saying that's Eddie Thorpe. I'm just saying that sometimes it's not always what you see on screen is the reason why people are not being pushed, you know. There's so many other issues that it could be. So, but yeah, he's a great talent. I saw him at the house show. He was excellent. So I hope he's back on NXT and climbing that ladder again soon. Miguel said, I do miss the Unseen videos. As always, I hope you are having fun. Miguel, thank you, my friends. I am... I'm bringing them back. They've not gone. It's just because of the fact that each one takes about 6 hours to do. From start to finish, I would say to go through a whole day's Twitter... go through my notifications, go through a whole day's Twitter and compile it, records it, uploads it. That whole process is an easy 5 to 6 hours. Easy. Not even, no exaggerations. So yeah, it was just, I was hoping to be able to keep on top of stuff whilst I was in the car, but it wasn't happening. Big Time said NXT has taken a hit on the men's side. We've stuck with Ridge, Spears and Gallus. I was hoping NXT would hold on to Dijak and give Trick some credible opponents. I do understand that point of view, but at the end of the day, NXT is there to get the stars ready for Raw and SmackDown. So if they think they're ready and they think they can creatively use them, and that's the big catch, isn't it? If they can creatively, it's all well and good them being good, and like to the point of them being called up, but you've got to have stuff for them to do when you call them up. And if they think they've got that, then let's go. I wouldn't keep them in NXT just for the sake of it. It's time for others to step up, isn't it? It's time for others to step up. For those people that aren't quite working at the moment, we need to fix it. Right. And I think we are done. So I'm going to run away. I'm going to get some, I'm going to get a Coke. That's what I'm going to do. If you do see anything interesting for White Rabbit or just anything in general, feel free to tag me in it. I'm going to keep an eye on Twitter. Of course, we'll do a Nightbirds video. There's a few bits there. Not loads tonight by the looks of it, but we'll see what else comes in as those investigators and those sleuths continue their work. So a massive thank you to everyone that joined us tonight. I hope you had fun. I thought it was a really good Raw. I really enjoyed it. Not a vintage episode, but certainly an episode that had plenty of talking points. I wish Dijak had been called up on the actual broadcast, though. That's a bit moody. But either way, brilliant news. I'm pleased for him. Pleased for Blair Davenport and obviously Lyra Valkyria, Ilya Dragunov. We definitely got more talking points tonight. So, yeah, man, it's going to be so good to be back. And let's see what these new rosters are going to deliver. They come into effect next week. So we've got Backlash this weekend and the new rosters launch next week. Awesome. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support as always. And hopefully you all have a great evening. Enjoy the rest of your evenings. And I will see you again very soon. Bye for now.